All right, what do we got? Is it all working? It all looks like it's working. We're gonna give up all poop. I fucked it up. Well, I think it's fine. Okay. So we're giving up on the old vertical stream. That didn't really look like it did very well yesterday. So we're just gonna 86 that. But today is gonna be all about just chilling and skilling. Or skilling and chilling, or whatever it is. Because I want to start heading towards my 80s here in mining or smithing, crafting, and divination. Because I want to get some invention. That seems like a good one, and I'm starting to get towards gear that can get augmented. And we want to augment gear, right? Because that sounds like fun. So, yeah, let's get to some of that. We're going to start by heading ourselves over to the Lunar Isle. First, we want to get our gym bag out. Now, this gym bag cannot take in dragon stones, but it should be able to take in everything else. Oh, I can choose. Oh, that's cool. See, this bag is way better than like everything else. Let's go ahead and take these and let's cut these. And then let's put them away. So yeah, what I'm going to go down there and do is I'm going to go fill up this gym bag with everything else. And then any dragon stones I get will go into my regular inventory. And we should be good. I don't think I'll get more dragon stones than fit in the regular inventory. But we'll find out right now. And I want the dragon stones because I want to cut gems for my crafting XP. Because I want those gems for making porters and stuff like that. Now, some people have mentioned that there is some other stuff that I can get those gems from, some bossing and stuff like that. So it's possible that this is going to be a mostly useless endeavor. But fuck it. We're going to do it anyway. Hey, there's another person down here. What's up, Chewy Manga? Dope. Yo, what's up, Josh? How are you? Oh, wow. You're right, it is pretty slow to get gems out of this. I also think we can't get any more blue gems out of this, which is nice. What are you getting up to today, Josh? Work again. Tell those nerds you quit. Go home and play video games. Hey, already a dragonstone. Nice. But I did a few questions last night. Have access to the Barrow Brothers now. Nice. Good job. Yeah, those Barrows Brothers are a lot of fun. Well, I guess if you get to play at work, that's good. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I Runescape on company time. Ah, this feels so good. I really, really like just gathering resources. Just coming out here and relaxing. Just whacking this thing. Angel Kittens is 99 in necromancy. And I look dope. And I look super dope. Oops. I forgot to refresh my adrenaline stuff here. Womp womp. Elsewhere Kitty has achieved 99 Slayer. Lots of kitties and kittens leveling up today. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. This is also going to start bumping up my mining, which is going to be nice. So we're going to hit 80 mining soon, which means we're going to be able to have Bane. A Bane pickaxe. Now, in order to use a Bane pickaxe, we are going to have to get level 80 smithing, because I can't buy the fucking thing. Does anyone want to buy Touch of Death and Living Death cosmetic scrolls? So we are getting much more of the higher tier gems here. We've almost gotten no greens. We have no blues because I don't even think we can get them. But we're getting lots of diamonds and lots of rubies, which I think is going to be a good thing. Ooh, we can transmute uncut dragon stones also. 2 gleaming energy and 5 uncut diamonds can become an uncut dragon stone. That's interesting. I wonder how that goes on a XP level. So there's kind of something that can be done here where we could potentially carry a lot more. If I was gonna be here just transforming all of my diamonds, if I had a bigger pouch, right? If I had a gem bags that could actually hold the dragon stones, then I could be turning the rubies into diamonds and the diamonds into dragon stones and then depositing them that way. And I'd probably be able to stay out here a lot longer, which is kind of interesting. But I wonder what the XP rates are. I wonder how much value I can get out of transmuting. We're probably gonna try this one time. But then, so our not portents, signs of the porters. So these were using emeralds. I don't think that there are ones that use rubies and diamonds, though. I think we skip straight to Dragonstone. Oh no, these use emeralds as well. That's weird. Sign of the Porter 3s also used emeralds, right? Yeah. Okay, that's really strange. What about Sign of the Porter 5? Is there no Sign of the Porter? There we go. Sign of the Porter 5 uses rubies. Hold up. I could have sworn that somebody told me the highest tier signs of the Porters. Okay, and there's diamonds. Okay, so it's all the way up here at Sign of the Porter 7 that we start using dragon stones. I didn't realize that it was so far. I didn't realize I still had so many to make with emeralds. That's kind of cool. I'm okay with it. Yeah, so we're going to keep just banging away here, gathering up these resources. I have a lot of emeralds. Like a lot. So I'm pretty happy about getting more rubies and diamonds. It'd be really nice to be able to do a lot of leveling and divination by making porters. Because even if I'm not going to use the lower tier porters right now, having them in my storage until I get a necklace will be really useful, right? Because they're not... Saw you online when I came home from work at 7 a.m.-ish, but I went to sleep. Oh, I gotta add friend. Hey yo, what's up, Dean? Also, SwizzRS, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? How is your runescaping going? I need to figure out what these gemstone golem fragments are for, too. I got a bunch of them. I also have 12k of these tokens. What the fuck is this shit for? Why do I have all of these things? Gemstone fragments, 19k. Oh yeah? Where do I go for that? I could probably teleport there, can't I? You can always teleport. Nope, can't. Who that is? Zero Roma. What's up, duder? Invention. Okay. Invention level 20. Well, we're working our way towards that. Making my way downtown. Driving fast. Faces past and I'm homebound. Oh yeah? This guy has it on right now? That's funny. Magic Golem Torso. 5% critical mining chance, +1 rock opportunity multiplier. Living rock caverns creatures not aggressive. Free teleport daily to Crash Star. Ooh. A daily Crash Star teleport. That's pretty valuable. That's pretty fucking valuable. So Josh, I don't really mind that you're trying to sell your scrolls in the chat. I think that's reasonable. But let's try not to turn this chat into an exchange. There are lots of places specifically for that. I'm sure there's probably a Discord that's specifically for that. There's the Grand Exchange in the game. I'm sure there's probably a channel or a server in the game that is specifically for that. So I don't mind you coming in here, especially with like big ticket items, and offering it out. But let's try and keep some of that to a minimum. Just try not to turn my chat into an exchange, is all I'm saying. I don't mind you coming in here with big ticket items and just offering them up. But there are discords specifically for trading There's probably a world that you could hop to that's specifically for trading. There's the Grand Exchange in the game. There's lots of places to try and contact people who are specifically looking to be contacted to trade items. So, I mean, I don't mind if you come in here and make an announcement on a big ticket item um, every now and then, but let's not, keep copy pasting the same items over and over and stuff like that. Oh, really? I mean, Josh has been here for a while. So, this is the first time that they've ever tried to sell anything in my chat. So I don't think Josh is a scammer. Go fuck yourself, William. It might not be all the way to... Well, we've only got a couple levels to 70. Yeah, we'll probably make it to 70 today. What's up, Chris? Yes, there are better places, Chris, but I wanted to get dragon stones and rubies and diamonds and all that stuff. So we could be more effective, specifically at crafting, but I wanted the gems and stuff I can get here. Yeah, a lot of the big ticket items in this game, Josh, are a little bit difficult to sell without using that ely.gg. Because like Zero is saying, the prices from the GE don't really match up with the prices that people are actually putting in buy orders, or who are actually buying the item. And so if you just follow the GE price, your item usually sits there for a really long time. But if you go to that ely.gg, it tracks the prices of the market much more closely. And so you can use those prices to set up your sell order. And you should have an easier time getting it traded in the GE. Yeah, we're out here on the Lunar Isles. Out here on the Lunar Isles, apparently you can get rune essence right here too, which is awesome. Because it's not all that far from the bank. I mean, it's not super close, but it's not all that far. I spend a lot of time on Reddit, Dean. When I'm not streaming, I'm typically scrolling Reddit while I watch TV, while I also keep playing this game. And there are some things that just come up a lot, right? Like that ely.gg thing comes up all the time. Oh, really? I didn't know that one porter would transport a bunch of items if you got all those items at one time. That's really cool. Yeah, it comes up all the time, Josh, on the Reddit. There's always people asking about figuring out how to price things. It's also a really good way to prevent yourself from getting scammed. So Zero brought up a really good point earlier. A very common scam in games that have inconsistent prices at the Grand Exchange like this is to offer to sell an item that looks like it's more valuable than it is. So, for example, if the GE is saying that an item sells for 70 mil, but the actual cost that you could sell that item for is, say, 10 mil, then somebody will post up in a global chat that they're selling $70 million worth of items for, like, say, 30 mil. And the reason they're doing that is they're trying to get an extra 20 mil out of their item because they know it doesn't actually have that value. And so it's an extremely common scam. And so you have to be careful, especially if you're buying big ticket items, because those items just don't register prices very well. Same way when it's flipping to some POF animals are worth 20 plus mil, but only say 1 mil. Yeah. Yeah, anything with low trade volumes can get really distorted. And it can get distorted on purpose. So a lot of times, in order to intentionally distort those prices, they sell the item to themselves at an extremely high cost. So if there's only, like, say, 5 trades a month and they're all trading at 1 mil, but then there's a 6th trade in there for 100 mil, then that drags the average way up. And so it's really easy to get yourself 2 accounts, make that trade, and then adjust those prices, right? So it's all intentional, and it's just a big scam, and they're just trying to they're just trying to steal extra money from you. Is there a price checker Discord? Nice. But that's, Zfall is right. It's really nice to play Iron Man for that reason. Nobody can scam you. I'm so sorry that your Black Party hat went down by 3 billion. What's it worth now? Like 23 billion? That's such a bummer. I mean, I don't get any sort of extra gratification. And I don't think that accomplishments on a main account are less than accomplishments on an iron account. I think it's just a really good first character. I think because it makes you go out and do all of the different stuff, I think having an iron as your first character can be really valuable because you learn a lot more about the game. I did. I'm actually in a group Ironman, and we're making. Have I not told you about the group Ironman games? So we're doing a challenge league for group Ironman. It's the Discord that's attached to this Twitch, as well as in the description of these YouTube videos. But what we're gonna do is we're going to. Have you ever seen the Gillinor games? Rubik's Cube. Yo, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. I'm down underneath the Lunar Isle right now. We're getting ourselves some dragon stones. Yeah, but what we're doing is we are gonna set up a challenge league. If you've ever seen Soup's Gillinor games, then that's kind of what I'm trying to do, especially this year, because they're doing a team, like Survivor Gillinor games. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of expand that to everyone. And so what'll happen is you'll get into the Discord with your group Ironman, and then we'll challenge each other to contests like the Gillinor games, like the boss relay, for example. And then either it'll be like a 1v1, or maybe like in the Gillinor games, it'll be 4 or 5 groups all competing, and then there'll be a wager. So like 500 cook sharks or something like that. And then the team that loses, or the teams that lose, depending on the structure of the contest, will pay the wager to the team or teams that won. So you won't be able to have like ranked teams or competitive teams participate because they'll lose their competitive status or they'll lose their rank. And so they won't want to do that. But for unranked, just regular group Ironman groups, it'll be a great way to have a little competition because you can leave your group Ironman group and then join a neutral group and then make the trade and then go back to your original groups. And that will allow us to have competitions and stuff amongst ourselves. And we'll keep coming up with new games, and then I'll put out videos and stuff and put instructions out about how to play the games. And then we'll start trying to get some tournaments together, and we'll just grow the whole thing. It's going to take a while. I'm a fairly small content creator, so I don't have the reach to make this a big thing really quick. But if we can get, 5 or 6 different groups involved, we can start doing some challenges and stuff. And then it'll all be good. But also, y'all can help grow that as well. If you have a group Ironman, and maybe you know other people who have other group Ironmans, don't hesitate to tell them, like, hey, go check this out. Word of mouth is a powerful thing. We'll probably make an in-game clan for it as well. And then I already have a friend chat for it. I guess I should put that up in the Discord so people can join it. because I don't even remember the name of the character that the friend chat is on. How long have I been mining today? Only about 45 minutes. Actually, only about a half hour. Only about a half hour. Whoops. I let my dude get tired. I'm pretty sure I can mine gold down here too, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there it is. So you can do like everything you need. Ooh, it's right here even. You can do everything you need to make the necklaces and stuff. To get your porters. There's a bunch of things. There's a place where you can mine 5 gold at a time. Say what? That's cool. Where do you do that? Because that's actually probably what I need to do for my crafting XP, is just make a shitload of necklaces. Because, like, I have tons of diamonds. Is it necklaces or amulets that you need for porters? I think it's necklaces. It is amulets for porters? Okay. So we also need to string our amulets, which we can do with magic now. Because we have the lunar spellbook. Gold spot under the dwarven mines in Falador. Requires dungeoneering though. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. No, it's necklaces. Emerald necklace. Emerald necklace. 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 Yeah, it's all necklaces. Yeah, I guess maybe it's possible it's both. But if it explicitly says necklace, I'm just going to go ahead and make necklaces. Ooh, Kiki Bat. Just got 120 dungeoneering. Good job, Kiki Bat. 70k diamond amulets in the bank? Jeez. Smelting gauntlets make smithing a little easier. You get them from a quest. I actually already have my smithing gauntlets that give me extra XP. So I'll probably stick with those. Get that lava cave, Josh. Get it. No, I got it from the dwarven smithy or whatever in Falador, where you get the points for making the burial items and stuff. I bought it over there. Now, I think this thing only holds 50 of each of these. I'm actually pretty happy about the fact that it seems to be giving me so many rubies and diamonds. That's going to be really valuable to me in my level up process. But we also definitely need to see about filling up on gold as well. Probably both for each trip. So instead of coming down here and getting just gems, on my next one, I'm also going to bring my ore box, and I'm going to fill up on gold as well. Because just getting gems isn't the best course of action, I don't think. Because we need those porters. Need them necklaces. Oh, they can only carry 100 gems total. So it's not 50 of each. It's 100 total. That's right. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and go back. And this time we'll pick up our storage. For our other. But let's go ahead and cut these. Put them away. Then we'll withdraw. Whoops. Wrong button. Okay. Cut all those. It's a pretty decent chunk of XP. 85 crafting XP per ruby. That's pretty solid. And then we'll put all this stuff away. Withdraw more rubies. Yeah, there are probably faster ways to get some of this XP, but I got to admit, I'm pretty happy with this. Just because I'm also really happy with the resources that we're getting. These gems are going to be extraordinarily valuable to me. Wow, and then 107 per diamond. That's great. That's really great. And then we'll go ahead and cut those. And that'll be all she wrote. Oh yeah, getting ancients will be great. Okay, now we want our box. And we want any gold spirits that we have. All right. Hey, Nitro TV, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, no, getting to the ancient is a lot. A lot, Josh. Okay, so we've got some gold ore. We don't have any gold bars. Let's go ahead and make those gold bars. Yeah. We'll just make what I have here real quick. Phone's at 10%. No! Don't die, Cristocho. Live. Yeah, let's go take ourselves a little look-see here. What do we got? What is that one? I don't even remember what the quest is. Something about Siniston. Temple of Siniston? Or Sintiston? Yeah, there it is. There's something with that, though. One of those other quests has a shitload of requirements. If I remember properly. Received a Varanus's Mercy drop. I don't know what that is, but cool for that person. I'm very happy for them. I don't like that I only get 7 smithing XP from making these gold bars. But whatever. Whoops. I almost took all these gold bars with me. Alright, so that uses up all of my gold ore. So let's go get some more. We'll fill up on gold, and then we'll fill up on gems, and then we'll come back and do it all again. What PC specs am I rocking? I bought my computer used about 7 years ago. It's got a 1050 Ti. It's 8 gigs of RAM. I don't know what the processor is. It's an old HP pre-built that I bought used, as it was originally just a second computer for me. Because I needed like a lighter weight machine to run um, a private Minecraft server for me and my friends and do some other hobby stuff. But then my primary machine crapped out on me. So I just started using this one. Depending on what the cost looks like, I may be looking to get a Steam machine when they come out. I'm a pretty big fan of the Steam stuffs. I usually build all my computers myself, and I have since I was about 15. But a lot of that hobbyist stuff has really high power draw, and they just use a lot of watts. So I think getting something that's a little more optimized, a little better engineered might be good. Oh wow, that's crazy, Dean. That's really cool. Looks like I need to work on my fucking dungeoneering. Too many things to work on. You said you needed dungeoneering to get down into that mine. You said it's down under the Falador mine, right? So, Dwarven mine. Boop. And then the mining guild, you can get over here. And then there's another mining dungeon. Nope, that's not it. There's some gold rocks down here. I have the dungeoneering for this. And then concentrated gold. Okay. Got it. Oh, there's all kinds of crazy shit down here. Some fishes, some concentrated gold. Oh, this is a cool little spot. Oh, and there's a bank down here. Ooh. There's something to that for sure. Don't even need the porters. With a bank right there. Oop, we're all full. Are there enemies down there? Yeah, have a good one there, Cristocho. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know. I mean, your porters are only going to save you the amount of time it takes to run over to that bank and deposit. I don't think that's really a lot of time. Oh, damn, really? Nice. Very, very nice. This person is punching these rocks. Get 'em, Roma. Punch those rocks. You and your crazy angel wings. All right, game. I'm going to need you to go ahead and give me more dragon stones. Very important. What's up, Evo? Doing fantastic. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? What are you getting up to in Runescape today? Kevin Hater. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, we're getting those dragon stones. Gotta get all those gems, gotta get all that gold so that I can make porters. Level this shiznit up. It looks like I'm only gonna get maybe like 5-ish dragon stones every full gem bag here, which is a little meh, but it'll be fine. So I gotta ask about your name, Kevin. Do you hate people named Kevin? Or are you a person named Kevin who is a hater just in general? Hater is your last name. Got it. Got it. Oh, holy shit. There is a K before your H there. So is the H silent? Is it Kevin Cater? The K is silent. Yo, what's up, Crocky? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. I mean, I'm gonna run as if the K is the silent one. And I'm just gonna keep calling him Hater. Because that's hilarious. Oh shit. We got all the Kevins in the house. Unless you want to say it in Arabic. I am ashamed to say that I have a really hard time pronouncing things in other dialects and languages. I'm not multilingual. And so I don't usually, like, I can't roll my R's very well for Spanish. Maybe we'll just stick to Kevin. Kevin's easy enough. Oh, nice. Apparently, I also need 80 mining to be able to make this gemstone shit. That'll be cool. 89 smithing on the Iron Man. Good job, Dean. I'll get there someday. Someday, somehow. Although I seem to be getting a lot of these gemstone golem fragments while I'm here, which feels pretty nice. Also, watching this nerd punch rocks is hilarious. I am having so much fun, Evo. I wish that I had started playing this game years ago because it's so much fun. I have not tried OSRS. There are two things about OSRS that I don't think I would like. Number one is absolutely the graphics. I am not a huge graphics person. Like, I don't need, oh my goodness, new wave Unreal Engine 5 bullshit graphics. But this, this is a much more 3D, just much more well-defined graphic, and I like it. And the other thing is that I couldn't give up my abilities. I'm big into deck building when it comes to creating combat builds for games. And so I'm obsessed with the Revo bar and with setting things up for different skills and or different weapons and different purposes. I'm really enjoying going the hybrid path and swapping out to different weapon styles. And then that swaps your Revo bar. So you have like 3 different or 4 different Revo bars that you can use throughout a combat. And it's just all really interesting to me. And I don't want to give that up. So I will probably play OSRS during the league if the league doesn't overlap with anything important in RS3. But if the league does overlap with something important in RS3, then we're going to skip the OSRS league. Which I hope, I know that the games are different and that they have different audiences, but I really hope that Jagex is smart enough to keep those things separated. Because it would be really sad to not get to play the OSRS League because it was like at the same time as the RS3 League. That would really put a damper on my day. That's definitely true. Unfortunately, plugins and stuff like that are sort of by default not optimized because they have to layer a lot of that stuff on top of existing graphics instead of like replacing things. And so it's just kind of a hack job. So any decent graphics that you could get in OSRS would probably tax my machine more than RS3 does. And I have a pretty low low spec computer. It actually has a little bit of a problem trying to both run this game and stream it. So it's probably not really in the cards for me right now. But I don't really mind the OSRS graphics like so much that that's a deal breaker. The most important thing to me is definitely the abilities. And so I will play RuneScape, like I said, OSRS, when the league comes around. And I'll probably do it without the HD plugin. I mean, like, I watch quite a bit of OSRS content on YouTube because the creators who make OSRS content are really good. And so, like, I can watch that content with those graphics, and it's not a problem. It'll take a little getting used to, but I'm sure it'll be fine. I just generally prefer RuneScape 3. Just the concepts behind how it's developed and stuff are a little more in line with what I want to be playing. What would be really cool is if I could get like a skin in RS3 for playing in the OSRS League. I don't know what the account like rewards are for the leagues, or you know, like if you do an OSRS league, what do you get on your primary OSRS character? But that would make me really happy. I'd really like to go ahead and play the leagues and then maybe get something for my RS3 for it. Right? Even something super simple like a title that said, you know, I did something in the OSRS league. Yeah, they just started this last year, right? I started playing the game about a month or two after the league. But what I'd like to see is I'd like to see that cross-populated. I would like to see the rewards that I could get from doing the leagues in the different games be available across the other games. Because I think that would give people a lot more reason to make use of that cross membership and give people who maybe left one or the other game a long time ago a good reason to try the other one. And I just think that would be a good thing. As a whole, just for both games. But that's not really a deal breaker for me. It's a want to have, not a have to have. They're trying to do better for RS3 this year. It's good to see that. I mean, that's why I'm playing. I was trying to figure out what to play. And it was between this or Warframe. And when I saw that they were taking away Treasure Hunter, made my mind up for me. And I went ahead and played this. Isn't that a handheld device, Dean? The ROG Ally? Cool, cool. I've always really enjoyed some of the handheld developments they're making. I've also considered, so there are quite a few single board computers out there. And so because I only play RuneScape, there are definitely some um like low power, low cost single board computers that I could play and stream RuneScape off of, no problem. Uh, but I also need to start doing a little more video editing work because I need to start making more long form videos for the channel and not just streaming. And so I do just kind of generally want to upgrade my desktop. But we'll get there. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not looking to get something crazy. The reason I'm interested in the Steam machine is because of its specs specifically. They did a really good job of identifying, and so I'm not totally set on it. Right, there are some potential cost issues. Um, I'm interested to see where the Steam machine falls in the price point. And so I'm not talking about the Steam Deck. I'm talking about the new Steam Desktop. That's coming out in a couple of months. Not the Steam handheld or handheld. Oh shit. Echo Bound received a Gloomfire bow. Congrats, Echo. Yeah, so we'll be seeing what their price point comes in at. And if I can make something that's equivalent for significantly less, then I'll probably just try and build my own little machine. Or maybe go with some single board computer or something like that. And then, you know, I still have this desktop. And I can still run this for running my stream. And then if I get a little single board. Right now my budget is nothing. I am a broke ass motherfucker. That's my budget. And I also don't necessarily need to make any upgrades to my computer, right? I mean, this is fine. The stream looks fine. The gameplay's fine. Like, everything's good. I could do this for another 2 years and be just fine. So, it's not something I'm super focused on. Just something I'm working towards. I mean, it'll depend on how well this channel does. This is and will continue to be my only source of income. I am doing everything I can to turn this into a full-time job. So whatever this channel affords me the ability to do is what I will be doing. Right now, that is nothing. In the future, it'll be something. I just joined, so I don't have 1,000 subscribers on YouTube yet, which means I don't make ad revenue from YouTube. I am currently multi-streaming on Twitch right now as we speak. Hey, thanks for the follow, Kevin. Appreciate it. And with the sub on YouTube. Heck yeah. Hey, Crocky. Thanks for the follow over on Twitch as well. Really appreciate that, y'all. Thank you. Anyone got a recommendation on range gear for level 60 defense, 59 range? If you get that range up one more to 60, so there's the black dragon hide. That's the level 60 tank ranged armor. So that's probably your best bet for the level 60 defense is the black dragon hide armor. And then level 60 weapons. Let's see what's available in here. The dragon gear is usually pretty good. You have the Zamorak bow. Is that a level 60? Oh, here's the one that I used, was the Elder short bow during that time. I got this from the Flesh Hatcher. I've gotten so many more uncut dragon stones this time. Last time we only got 5 for the whole gem bag. But we're way up this time. This is great. I mean, if I was gonna buy a hybrid console, Dean, and my options were Steam or Xbox, 100 times out of 100, I'm gonna buy Steam because fuck Microsoft. Just when it comes to reliability of customer service and moral quality, Steam is just a superior company, in my opinion. I have owned one Xbox in my life. Not exactly in the mood to own another one. Steam also has a lot of access to a lot of information about um, what consumers use as far as the power of their machines. And so they've been able to pretty well peg the Steam machine to what most people are going to be using, which I think is important. Just can't wait for battery technology to get a lot better. I think that's coming fairly soon. There was a video that was put out recently. The information provided in the video was all provided by the company that's making the battery and hasn't been verified by a third party yet. So, take that with a grain of salt. But there is a company that says they're going to be bringing a solid state battery to market like sometime this year. Which is crazy. It's supposed to be formable to any shape. It's supposed to have much more power density than modern batteries. So, hopefully, that's not all just a bunch of smoke. Because, I mean, battery capacities and charge times have been a huge limiter in renewable resources. So it's super cool to see that maybe we can get past some of that. It's also a huge limiter in things like electric airplanes or all electric boats or a bunch of different things like that because of how much weight those things add to a system and how much cost they add. So it'll be really exciting to see if maybe in the future we don't have some of those same problems. I will. Hell yeah. Put me in an electric plane. I mean, it's all about power density, right? Combustion is just the thing that we use for airplanes because the density of power in liquid fuels is greater per weight than the density of power we can put in batteries right now, right? So as soon as the power density of that battery exceeds that liquid fuel, then it becomes safer to use the battery. Not only that, um, when you have liquid fuels, the the discharge of those things creates a much greater shift in weight too. And you tend to have more centralized, right? Like your fuel is all kind of in the same place. You can have a much greater spread of where your batteries reside than you can of a fuel tank. But yeah, I mean, if we get solid state batteries figured out and they want to start putting batteries and doing battery powered airplanes, I'll fucking fly in a battery powered airplane all day. Hell yeah. I hope so, Dean. Also, Lord LaRose, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. If if we could increase um if we could increase the power density of batteries for things like phones, um, laptops, stuff like that, that'd be really cool too. I mean, could you imagine having a laptop that had, you know, a 24 to 48 hour battery life instead of a 2 to 4 hour battery life? Or um you know, even some of those like really small single board computers that are really, really low voltages, low wattages. Um, could be super cool to be able to connect to something like that. There's a lot of really interesting stuff that's going to be happening if we get batteries. Yeah, exactly. Not only charge your phone up in just a few minutes, but have significantly more battery life. They're also supposed to be able to cycle a lot more times before crapping out. So not only would you have a battery that had more density, you would have a battery that charged faster, and then you would have a battery that you could cycle hundreds of thousands of times before needing to be replaced. So, I mean, just the potential is insane. And like I said, all of this information is coming from the company that's making the batteries. And it's so far not been corroborated by a third party, at least not that I've seen. So these are just claims of the company making the battery. But there's fast charge phones with multiple cells inside that allows sub 30-minute charging. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, Lord. They've done a good job of taking existing battery technology to a really, really good place. But there is a theoretical limit to what existing technologies are capable of. We managed to get our 100 hard mode kills yesterday, Coffee, but I did not get my two-handed dragon sword yet. And it is very upsetting. Also, my mute button isn't wanting to work right now. There we go. What in the hell is going on? Yeah. I bought the dragon longsword and the dragon two-handed sword. So I already have them, Dean, but I needed to get them from the mole. Well, the two-handed dragon sword I need to get from the mole for its log, because that's the last thing. I have all the achievements and almost all of the log for the giant mole. Just need the two-handed longsword. And I would really like to have a log done, but I don't know how much longer I could have spent killing that stupid mole. He was pissing me off. Not giving me the things that I want. Yeah, I mean, obviously the mole's a really old boss. And so I'm sure that it was pretty cool when it first came out with the different phases and running around and doing all that stuff. But now it just serves to make things take longer. And that's sort of counter to the meta, where people are always trying to like do things as fast as they can and get as many kills per hour as they can and all that. So it just doesn't seem like it fits. But whatever. It's fine. It's fairly easy to get through. You don't have to do it for too long. I guess if you get super unlucky and you don't get the pet, you could have a bit of a problem. But I got lucky. I already got the pet, so not my fucking problem. Boom. Level up to 67. Booyah. Who's the best? I'm the best. Nobody is as good as me. We're also going to need to figure out, and I'm going to go check this real quick, what it takes to make um what it takes to make or what XP I get from making the necklaces, just to see how much more that's going to boost us in the XP department. We're going to do diamonds right now because those will be the highest. We will eventually need to do like all of these emeralds, all of these rubies, but we're going to start with a big old stack of diamonds here. And we're going to go make some necklaces and see what happens. So we've got gold, we've got diamond necklace. We can make 26. Okay, so we get another 90 XP, which is almost as much as we get for cutting these. So we're kind of double dipping when we make these, which feels really good. Okay, that's not too bad. Something I do want to check. Yeah, this is Lunar Isle. It is indeed. You should be able to... The fuck is a phoenix necklace? I feel like I made that. I don't even know what it is. Okay. Is this what it takes to make these? Yes. Okay, so I can make... Cool. Just wanted to double check and make sure the necklaces worked before I went all the way ham on turning my diamonds into necklaces. But it looks like we're good. Because we can get 100... So we can get 100 gems every time we fill up this gem bag. And we get 100 ore every time we fill up this ore box. So we get like a 1-to-1 here, which is cool. This is actually really going to set us up in the porter department. Really excited about this. Especially once I get the porter necklace that I can just feed charges into. Yeah, I know how you feel, Dean. It's nice to learn a new game, to get to experience everything for the first time, get to make the mistakes and all that stuff. Feels really, really good. Yo, what's up, zombie? You're probably right about that. Probably right. I haven't really leveled up my fort. That's gonna be a slog. Thankfully, not leveling up my fort now isn't really hurting me all that much. Because I've only gotten like 1/29th of the XP I need, not even, to max out all these skills. So... Why is this happening? My mute button for my audio, my mic, is just ridiculous. Keeps getting stuck. And then I can't operate it. I don't know what's going on. It's pissing me off though. Normally when that happens, it happens like one time. And then I'll just reset it and it's good. But it just keeps happening now. So strange. Hey, what's up, Semish? It's going good. We're over here mining gems in the Lunar Isle, cranking us out some necklaces. Should be 99 agility late Tuesday, early Wednesday. Damn. Getting it. Good for you. I am not looking forward to the agility grind. That can kiss my butt. That's crazy. That's a lot of work. Good for you. That is fucking crazy. Wow. 800 minutes of gameplay. That's almost 13 hours? Nope. It's more than 13 hours. You are a monster. No, no, it's not. It's weird that that seems like so much less fun than other stand around clicking activities. Like, I'm perfectly fine being over here just whacking a rock for 13 hours, right? No harm, no foul. Feel perfectly fine with it. But then if you want me to go run around an agility course for 13 hours, like somehow that feels worse. I don't know. It's weird how our brains work. And we all seem to think that the same activities, for the most part, are annoying. Like everybody hates skilling agility, but it's not really that big of a deal. All right, let's fill up our fucking gold here. We have 460 gold spirits, which is going to be really great for us because it means that we get double gold for a really long time. We just need to remember that we can only fill this up to 100, because last time, I filled it up too much, and I had most of my things here, so I didn't even actually get to fill up my gym bag last time. Honestly, I thought that doing the gold first, because it was closer, was going to be the right play. But I actually think I might fill up the gem bag first from now on, so that I can use up all this extra space to get more gold. Because right now I'm doing a 1-to-1 gold and gems. But if I fill up this whole thing, I already have a lot of cut gems. I have thousands of cut gems. So I can get an extra 25 or 26. Well, my dragonstone's in the way. So I can get an extra 15 maybe gold in here, which means I'll get a couple extra necklaces every time because of how many cut gems I already have. Yeah, zombie, somebody was just telling me about that. I have to get one more level in mining before I can go down to the concentrateds. So I've got 174,000 more mining XP before I can get the concentrated gold. But then we will consider going down there. Yeah, I mean, that'll just be better because it's 5 times the rate. And there's a bank literally right there. So, really good. My crafting, herblore, construction, dungeoneering, prayer, ranged, and summoning was not ready in time. Oh, we're full here. All right, let's go get us some gems. Bop. So I have also continued to try and get my two-handed crossbow from the Jackass Barrows brothers. Because I really want to make a run at the Flesh Hatcher logbook. And I want to do that with one-handed crossbow, one-handed repriser. And I still can't get that fucking thing. I have just been over there trashing my ass all the time. And I cannot get it. You know, Lord, I think that Necro is a great thing for less experienced gamers and people with less free time. Because you automatically, right, if you're going to use melee or magic or ranged, you automatically kind of have to level all three of those up because you don't really have a choice, right? You have to kind of use what's best in a given situation, at least most of the time. And Necro takes you out of that. So if you don't have as much time to play, or you're not super good at video games, then Necro's a great option. But I play a lot, and I've been playing video games my whole life, and I'm at least slightly above average. And so you might have to do more work to level up your gear in Necro Zombie, but just from a strictly XP perspective, you know, getting up to level, say, 80 in all of these might not be too hard. But taking all of these to 99, or eventually to 120, a significant amount of extra work. Like, significant. I think for a new account, it might be a little more difficult, Lord, because there are some quests and things like that you have to get done that existing accounts, when Necro came out, sort of already had done. And there's some stuff with like your personal owned farm, I guess, that has to get done. So it's not the most straightforward thing, but none of the leveling in this game is super straightforward. But I definitely think, I mean, like I said, Necro kind of homogenizes the game for you. It means you only need one gear set. It means you only need one skill set up. It means you only need to be thinking about one thing ever. And so I think that's just good for people who need the simplicity or who want the simplicity. Originally, I was angry about Necro because I didn't like the idea that it took you out of that trinity of weaknesses and super effectives. And I didn't like that idea. I didn't like having something that was separate from that. But the more I've thought about it, and the more I've considered that not everybody likes to play the game in the same way, the more I've come around to the fact that having that option is good. It is difficult because there is quite a bit of optimization, I think, when it comes to being able to do things like earlier. I think doing things like right now, if I had 70 Necro, then I could just go beat Jad. Heck, probably even at 60 Necro, I could probably go beat Jad. But I'm kind of getting my ass kicked trying to do it with the other three. So there's some optimization you can do as far as doing things early with Necro that some people just won't be able to ignore. But I think that's the thing we have to do, right? We just have to ignore the things we don't want to participate in. And I started as a fresh iron and it wasn't the worst. It's not straightforward with the POH stuff that set me back a week. Yeah, 25 years of content, 25 years of different developers. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All of that different stuff layered on top makes things a little funky sometimes. I mean, there are most of us that have played for 20 years haven't had any new combat styles. You can be Jad at level 50 with ranged and magic. You have to be more skilled than me to be Jad at level 50 with ranged and magic. Because there's no fucking way I could do it. I went down there at level 70, got my freaking ass handed to me. And not even just by Jad. By that whole... I mean, it took me 2 hours to get through all that shit. It was awful. And then just to get 2-shot feels bad. We're getting pretty close to being able to use better food. Getting pretty close. Maybe we'll try and fish up to 70 or 68, and then we'll have another fishing day where everybody can come, because we'll be doing a different kind of fishing, right? To get the stupid blubberfish. Oh no, it's rod fishing. Deep sea. Yeah, so we'll be doing deep sea fishing. And so some of you who have like super high levels could come and hang out and fish as well, because you could be getting like blue blubbers or whatever, because that's also, yeah, deep sea fishing. So we could go do that. We could have some fun sometime here soon. I'll get myself up to 68 so that we can do that, and then I'll be able to eat blubbers, which will be nice. Swarm fishing is Batsit and say, can I get blubbers with swarm fishing? That'd be dope. You fight Jad at 60. Well, I fought Jad at 70. Because I've never fought Jad before, and he beat my ass, Josh. Like, beat my ass. So, at a lower level, you can get the blues? Really? That's kind of cool. Yeah, so the thing about Jad is there's a lot of knowledge to be had to beat that boss really well. You need to know where to save spot and how to save spot. A lot of the ads and stuff, so that you can take enemies, you know, one or two at a time. You need to know, you know, which enemies take damage from which spell types. You need to know what Jad's attacks look like. You have to be able to prayer flick in order to kill Jad. That's like, seems mandatory, just based on the little bit that I saw, because he can do like 97% of your HP in a single attack. So you have to block every single one, it seems like. I'm here with 3 4-dose overloads, 3 prayer pots, and a bunch of food. I think that that's probably... You can probably do it, Josh. But you're unlikely to do it on your first try because you can't fuck up when you fight Jad. Because if you miss one of the prayers, then he'll just hit you for almost all of your damage. So you get like 2 or 3 fuck ups at tops if you have tons of food left by the time you get to him. And then after that, he'll just 2-shot you and you'll be dead. So yeah, it'll be pretty tough. But it'll be fun. I mean, I think you should try and do it at the lowest tier that you can, right? Because you could do all your fishing. You could get up to blue blubbers, and you could go get a bunch of blubbers, and you can get up to where you can get brews and overloads, and like you could go crazy with it. You could get all your skills up to 99, and then you could go fight him, and he'd be super easy. You'd still have to get your flicks because he'd still hit you really hard, but you know, you'd be good. So I think, you know, you go in, you try, you fail, you get a little stronger, you go in, you try, you fail, you get a little stronger, you go in, you try, you fail, and then you just try and get the success at like the lowest tier you can. And then once you've killed him one time, you know, if you're going for a log or if there's a reason to kill him a bunch of more times, then you can go back when you're stronger and just beat the shit out of him. But that first one, I think it's important to do that first one, especially on bosses that are mechanically demanding, as early as you can. The Flesh Hatcher is a really good example. The Flesh Hatcher has a lot of cool mechanics that if you kill him really fast, you just skip. And that's boring as fuck. So you want to go in there, you want to go through the ad phase, you want to have to, you know, resonance, the big slam skill, you want to do all this stuff, and you want to try and get that fight down as well as you can. And then, you know, later you can go kill him in 10 seconds and just farm the log. But that first one's important. First one is important. I mean, the first time I killed Flesh Hatcher, it took me 12 minutes. And so, you know, I was in there dodging all of his abilities for 12 minutes to get that kill. Whereas there were a lot of people, because they were already so strong, were beating the Flesh Hatcher in 30 seconds. A lot of people were watching me do the Flesh Hatcher, and I was talking about the ad phase and needing AoE damage to kill the ad phase. And most of my chat didn't even know the Flesh Hatcher had an ad phase because he doesn't do it until a minute 30. Doesn't summon the ads. And so, you know, everybody who's been playing for a long time who has like crazy high skills was just killing him so fast that you know, here I am. The ad phase is the hardest part of that fight for me because as soon as you start adding all these extra people you need to attack, because so the way the ad phase works, in case you've never seen it, is he summons 3 eggs and throws the eggs at you. It's actually probably a she. summons eggs and throws 3 eggs at you, and they have like 2,000 hit points. And so if you kill them in like 10 seconds, then they don't hatch and the ads are dead, and that's it. But if you don't kill them, then they pop out of their eggs, and then they start doing magic attacks to you as well. And so now you've got to get off the boss. You've got to attack these ads, but the boss is still doing all of the same mechanics to you. So you've got to dodge the big slam, you've got to dodge the big AoE, you've got to do all that while also trying to DPS these ads, because you can't hurt the boss while the ads are out. So you have to kill them. And so it just turns everything into a big clusterfuck if you don't just nuke them down. So I went and got, the first few times I was doing it, I was switching to a two-hander and then using all of my AoEs, my Quake and my Hurricane. But these two skills only hit like right around you. And so when I finally went and got my two-handed dragon sword from the fairies, I bought one, and it has a bigger radius. And so I didn't even have to stop trying to attack the boss. I could just activate the two-hander's special ability on the boss, and it would hit all the eggs and kill them. And so, like, I instantly went from 12-minute kills eating 10 or 15 foods to 6-minute kills eating like 5 foods just from upgrading to the two-handed dragon sword. It was awesome. But that's the kind of stuff that's really fun, right? And you don't get to do that. And so even if you're super strong, I think there's some value in maintaining some lower tier gear so that when stuff like that comes out, you can go in, because you kind of know, right? You look at the flesh hatcher and you can see there we go. You can see, like, oh, okay, the recommended combat level is 70. So, you know, going in with like all tier 60 or 70 gear is going to give me a decent fight. If my constitution is really high, maybe I tone it all the way down to level 55 gear or something like that. But you can go in and do those things and then, you know, do it once, right? Get the kill, take a long time, interact with the mechanics, and then put your real gear on and just go stomp the shit out of him like 100 times. Like, that's fine. But I think because they can't make it so that we have to use lower tier gear to fight those enemies, I think as players we should take it upon ourselves to do that. Right? Step back, go to some lower tier gear, and go fight those bosses the first time. Especially if they have cool mechanics, like the Flesh Hatcher. Because you're giving yourself a better experience if you do that. We kind of got way off on a tangent there. Like, way off. Good times, though. If you're super strong, though, and you've never taken more than 30 seconds to kill the Flesh Hatcher, I highly recommend going in there with like some tier 60 gear and fighting them like that. Because it's actually a really, really fun fight. I have been thoroughly enjoying it. And even though he's weak to ranged, I actually find melee a lot easier. Much stronger AoE at that tier because of the two-handed dragon sword. Makes life a lot easier. I tell you what, this really entertains me. I'm really excited to keep making all these necklaces and stuff. I really like accumulating things. It's one of the reasons I like survival games so much. One of the reasons I've played so much Ark Survival Evolved is I really, really like accumulating. And just like preparing. And I think that's something that a lot of people who play this game enjoy. Somebody was just telling me they have 70,000 diamond necklaces or something. Like, that's the kind of shit that I like too. And I think this game lends itself really well to that, where you can just come and just stack up just masses and masses of resources. Never really knowing, you know, maybe I'm going to use them for porters, or maybe something is going to come out in the future with a new skill, and I'm going to use them for that. Or, I mean, there's all kinds of things that can happen, and it can happen over the course of years, right? There are people who have huge stacks of resources that they got, 20 years ago because they were leveling up their mining by only mining iron ore or something. So they just have like a billion fucking iron ingots, and they've never needed them for the longest and longest time. And then all of a sudden, oh look, there's like this thing that I can do with iron ingots. Cool, let me do it. So I'm excited to get to experience some of that. We've got Havenheith coming out potentially soon. And so there's going to be a lot of opportunity for some new things, some new uses maybe for some old stuff. Some potential for some meta shifts in how we go about gathering certain resources. It's all going to be good. Going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited. I need to find that thing that I really want to stack, like a lot of. And honestly, it's probably porters. If I'm being serious about it, one of the things that will likely never go out of style is going to be porters. And no matter what new content comes out or what new systems of gathering and stuff like that come out, porters are always going to make those things at least somewhat more effective. So, and I really like divination. I really like gathering up the energy, the essence. I really like mining. I really like smithing. So that's probably a good path to go. Well, I guess I don't get smithing XP. I get crafting XP. But we could potentially just level up our crafting by mining gems, making necklaces. It will be an extremely inefficient route, but over the course of, say the lifetime of this account, it potentially could save us quite a bit of time because we won't be wasting some of the materials that we gather. For example, if I were to do crafting by like making bows, I can't use those, right? I can sell them, I can make a little currency, but as an iron, there's not a ton of value there. And so this is one of those situations where even if it's a little slower, it might just be better to go ahead and go all in on the porters. Because no matter what tier of porter it is, once I get that necklace and I can infuse that necklace with my charges, then all tiers of porters have the same value. So I think that'll probably be what happens, is I'll just keep mining up all these gems and I'll keep crafting out necklaces. And then when I get divination, I'll gather up all the essences and then I'll use all the essence to make the porters. And I'll just level those things up that way. And then I'll just have so much more resource at that point. I think that's a good play. Also, can y'all believe we've been doing this for 2.5 hours already? Goodness. Time flies. It's goofy how much I enjoy watching my dude whack a rock. So goofy. Man, we're getting a lot more dragon stones. We're up to 14 here. And we're... Let's see, 41, 76. So about 3/4 of the way full. That's crazy. We're almost going to fill all this up with dragon stones. That is way more than I've been getting up to this point. I wonder... No, my mining level hasn't gone up. Must just be some pretty massive variance in the RNG. It's fucking weird. Fucking weird. You know what I just realized? There's no music playing. And I don't think I have... Oh, I do have the music muted. I think I muted it. I was gonna make a video the other day, and I started it a couple of times, and I just didn't like the direction I was taking it. When I make videos for long form, I tend to just do them all in one take, and I just lay out an idea of what I want to talk about, and then I just fucking wing it, because I hate editing video. So I didn't like the direction it was going, and I didn't feel like I had organized my thoughts well enough beforehand, so I didn't end up finishing it. But I had turned the music off, so that the music wasn't in the background. And then I forgot to turn it back on. Because I'm a freaking nerd. Turning big rocks into little rocks. I feel like mining should also level up your strength, if I'm being honest. Like, give me a break. If I'm not leveling strength here, then what am I doing? I can level up strength by fishing, but not by mining, really? That's how that works? I think somebody's lying to me. That's what I think. I also think because we're getting some pretty decent mining XP here, And because we can potentially get so much more gold so much more quickly doing that other mining place with the concentrated gold ore, we're probably going to stop mining gold here because we'll be able to get thousands fairly quickly. I mean, I've got 400 more gold stone spirits here, which means if I'm getting 5 a swing, so that's 20 per 100. So to get 400, we'd get to 80. So 80 swings will give me 800 gold, which is crazy. Actually, if we're going to be able to do that, and we're going to need thousands of gold, it might be worth it to find a place where I could mine, or not mine, farm some gold stone spirits. I might want to look into that real quick. Let's see, RS3 gold stone spirit. Where can I get these? Greater demons give me 20, and they have a 3 times 1 in 5.6 chance. Oh, those are elite greater demons. Dragonstone dragons? Onyx dragons, Hydrix dragons. Where have I been getting them? Because I have hundreds of them. Just under 1 hour in, I'm at wave 26. Nice. Good job, Josh. Get it. I guess these living rocks are maybe a good place to get them. I must have gotten them from the flesh hatcher. At least some of them. Flesh hatcher has the ability to give you 12 to 34, and it's a common drop. That's actually really nice. Lines up pretty well with some of my goals. Alright, looks like we've filled up here. So let's just go ahead and fill up on some gold. Hey, there's somebody else. Cadis, the lost soul. Aw. Can't look at this person's skills. That makes me sad. So freaking sad. Alright, we'll deposit that. And then we'll go ahead and put this away. Whoops. Let's go ahead and cut these. 137 XP, nice. I didn't realize that I got so much from the dragon stones. Some pretty good value though. Put those in. Where are we at on the dragon stones? I actually want to put these right up here. Nice. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. I mean, it's whatever. If you want to have privacy on, that's your prerogative. But yeah, I'm a little sad about it when I see it. Because I like being able to see people's stats and shit. Makes me happy. I like it a lot. Get a bunch of random uncut shit. That's interesting. Hey, what's up, duo? Boom. Cut more rubies. We're about halfway to level 68. So we might make it to level 69 today. Who knows? Nobody knows. Now that we're not going to be gathering up gold, we might. It's going to kind of slow down our rate of XP within a short duration, but it'll actually speed up our rate of XP over the long run. Let's see. Uncut. There we go. Look at all these. Oh, I got 19 more uncut dragonstones, 74 more uncut diamonds. You know what else I need to do is go talk to that dwarf nerd and see about buying out his shop. Probably go do that real quick before I forget. Because I'm pretty sure this opal, or this moonstone, I got from him. And I can now cut moonstones, I believe. But I think that's one of the things that somebody told me I should be looking out for in there. Nice. Alright, 74 diamonds, then we'll be done here. At this rate, I can kill Zamorak before we get to level 70 crafting. William, go fuck yourself. I'm gonna get there. At least I'm actually doing something that will increase my crafting level, okay? At least we're not just like off doing other things now. If that's not good enough for you, I don't know what to say. Lower your standards. That makes me feel even worse. If your standards are all the way in the basement and I'm not meeting them, what does that mean for me? How bad do I have to be doing for that? I almost forgot to teleport over to this dwarf. Even though I told myself, oh, I should do it right now. Oh, he's not here. Does he only come here sometimes? Oh no. I thought he just had new stuff every week. Oh, he's only here on that specific day? Yo, that sucks. How am I supposed to know when this motherfucker's over here? Oh my god. That's such bullshit. Ooh. I got a reward. Oh. Mine uncut opals, lapis lazuli, jade, or red topaz from common gem rocks. I need to go do this real quick, because this will be like the end of my tutorial thing here. So let's go find a common gem rock. And let's go do this. Oh, why did I click the underworld again? Freaking dumbass. We got common gem rocks over here? Yeah, we do. Okay. Let's go do this thing. Sidetracked again, William. No longer trying to get crafting. Whoops. This is the limit right here, right? We've been streaming for about 3 hours. And that's like the limit of my focus. And then I start like looking through menus and doing other things. And then my brain's like, oh, I should go do that. Oh, I should go do that. And now here we are in the desert, mining gems that are totally useless. For the sake of this silly thing. Alright, got it done. Hey, claim the reward. Alright. Okay, okay. So now I can, like, get stuff. That's cool. I kind of want to see this. So we're going to put y'all on the Be Back Soon screen. I'm going to log out and log back in real quick. I don't know what information might pop up on my login screen, and I don't want y'all to see any of my private information. Alright, now we're back in. Now you can see again. And now we go back in here. Alright, daily fleshing. Fletch, string, or upgrade any type of bow 12 times. You can get up to 100 Viswax per day. Okay, so I can re-roll this. I can extend it, spend Viswax to double this challenge's XP. Okay. And then I can get tokens that just auto-complete it. We get 1 weekly progress. So I have to get 3 to get that. 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Okay. Daily Dungeoneering. Complete a Demonheim floor, Shifting Tome, or Elite Dungeon. Cool. And then kill Slayer creatures assigned to you by Slayer Master. Okay, that's super easy. Okay. So I could extend these. So I don't need to extend these, though, because I play every day. And these don't seem like they're very hard. So I should be able to do all 21 of these every week. And so extending them seems meh. What I'll probably do is if there's one that maybe requires something I can't do yet, then maybe I'll extend one and then just not do whatever that one is that day. But I should probably do these every day. Mostly extend Herblore Agility for some extra XP. Ooh, that's a decent idea. That's a decent idea. Does it double the requirement? Like if it tells you to make 5 and then you extend it, does it tell you to make 10? Or do you just get double XP? This one goes here. This one goes here. Because, like, I could string a bunch of bows right now. Let's get 10 of these. Let's get 10 of those. Boom. Oh, it said 12. Cool. That was super easy. Then I claim the reward. I get one little boop. Ooh. We'll probably start like trying to do those. So there's a couple of things. I'm getting into the daily scape of it all here. And I haven't really had to deal with a lot of the daily stuff up to this point. At least it hasn't felt like it's been very important. But Reaper tasks and doing these dailies, and honestly I need to start going and buying all of my feathers and all of that other stuff. I need to start being a little more active about my daily scape. Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be that big of a deal for me. I think a lot of people probably get burned out on it because they just don't even want to log in that day. But I log in every day anyway. And I mean, what, I'm looking at maybe an hour of time to finish up my dailies. And that seems like a good thing to do, you know, like in the first hour of our stream. People are coming in. We're not really on our main topic yet, or our main activity. Let's see. RS3 daily escape. Let's see if there's a good guide about all the different things. We have dailies, Reaper task, the Jack of all trades aura if acquired, Rune shop, run, farming run, beehives, POF. Forgot some for sure. Yeah, I'll see if I can't find a nice list. And then we'll just start ranking that shit out. Oh, here's a nice little list. So Treasure Hunter says use 2 daily keys. Obviously can't do that. Traveling Merchant. Buy rare items in the deep sea fishing hub. Get XP, Treasure Hunter key times 3 from Daily Challenge, Jack of Trades, Soul Reaper, Player-owned Ports, Player-owned Farm, Crystal Tree Blossom, Invention Machine, fill and collect from Invention Machines, Motherlode Maw, receive treasure from Motherlode Maw, turn in 10 Motherlode charge. Garajo card, divine locations, archaeology research. Okay. Well, that's a long ass fucking list. Holy crap. I think a lot of this is mostly done by mains. But this list is pretty nice. It's got the ability to hide things you don't want. I wonder how I unhide them. There we go, reset. Yeah, it's got monthlies, it's got weeklies. It's got... I mean, that's pretty decent. We'll keep our eye on that. See what we can find to do. Because I definitely don't want to do more than an hour of shit daily. But a lot of this stuff seems mostly focused on mains, finding little ways to make some currency. Which, I mean, I guess that stuff is valuable for me too, because if it's something people pay for, then it's probably something I will also need, but... Yeah, I think, I need to go look into what's up with the port, because I have my port, but I don't do anything with it. And then I need to get on doing my daily beehive stuff to get my farming up. Because I have a shit ton of leaves, and I just don't do it. Because I'm a fucking clown. But if that was just the first thing I did every day, was just go over there, do my leaves, get my farming XP, I'd be level fucking 70 farming by now. But I'm a jackass. But I'm a jackass. I get really focused on one thing at a time, and then I don't normally complete that thing. But I get really focused on it to the exclusion of everything else, and then something else will catch my attention, and then I'll just only do that thing. And then we just kind of bounce around like that, which, I mean, is fine. We'll get there eventually. But there are some things, the XP density of, like, farming the beehives is so high that it's pretty bad not to be doing that. Well, and I think it's a way, Crocky, a really good way to play the game, because I don't feel obligated to do certain things. Right, I just do whatever feels fun at the time. But there are a couple of things, like the beeswax farming, that, I mean, it'll literally take me 10 minutes of gameplay. Maybe not even that, maybe 5 minutes of gameplay to load them up and unload them. And the XP density of that is like an hour of doing any other activity or more. So I feel like that's one that maybe I shouldn't be skipping. Took you 21 years to max? Nice. How much game time? I mean, that's a lot of value right there. Play a game for 21 years. Gotta go talk to Hans. I think I'm already over 600 hours in 2 months. But I am a massive degenerate. I really like getting these dragon stones. Every time I get one, makes me feel a little bit giddy inside. The value I'm gonna be getting from these feels really good. Because of being able to make the really high tier porters. Makes me very happy. I might spend some time mining some rune essence too. There's a fair bit of value there. Rather do agility than those gem rocks. Meh. Gotta get them dragon stones, dude. I think this is another reason that being a new player and not knowing very much about this game is kind of a superpower. Because y'all are like, oh my gosh, I could get 10 times more dragon stones than that in half the time. But I've never gotten 10 times this number of dragon stones in half the time. So I don't have any frame of reference for that. This is the most dragon stones I've ever gotten. Sure. Yeah, I'll have to be up in the 90s. But I already have thousands of emeralds. So not getting a lot of emeralds isn't really hurting me. Well, I don't have thousands. I have like 1,600. So I can make plenty of emerald porters already. So I don't have to worry about that. And I've got lots of rubies. And I've got lots of diamonds. So I'll be able to tier up through all the different stages. And honestly, it feels really good. I'm really excited about it. I'm getting good mining XP, right? We're getting 48 a swing here. Which means we're going to get up to 80 mining, probably today. In order to use the dragon stones to make porters, you need like 96 or something. Nope, even higher than that. Sign of the 99. Yeah. Dragonstone necklace and a 120 incandescent energy. Yeah, 99. But I gotta get 80 here real soon anyway. And then it's just a hop, skip, and a jump to 99. So we'll be good. Gonna be good stuff. I'm very excited about it. I mean, it's just a dragonstone necklace and 120 of the highest tier essence. So it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Especially because with divination, you can get a lot more essence once you're leveled up, because you can configure what happens when you deposit the memories into the rift. You can turn those memories into XP, or you can turn those memories into energy. So you can end up getting a lot more energy. Oh, instant convert whole inventory at once. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. We'll definitely be getting that one in the future. Yeah, so making those porters won't be terribly difficult. Honestly, probably the hardest part will be getting enough dragonstone. Because this is slow. Now, I know there are other ways to get dragonstone, but I don't know. It feels to me like this will be the slowest part. Especially doing it here. My goal this year is to get at least 599s. Agility, archaeology, attack, con, construction. My goal this year is to get all 99s. You are going to do the alphabetical? That's cool, Semish. That's really cool. I like that. It's crazy to me that I don't think that in this whole year, playing 10 hours a day, that I actually have enough time to get every one of these skills to 99. That's bonkers to me. That's thousands of hours. And I'm not going to make it. Like, what the fudge? Yeah, having to do wood cutting after fire making is going to be a little wonky. Or I guess having to do fire making before wood cutting is going to be wonky. It all seems very awkward. Tell you what though, I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom. You know, I've never watched sumo. Hey, you have me on the PC. Sumo on your right TV. Dang. I might have to check some sumo out. Sumo seems kind of crazy to me. Because, like, it starts off all super calm and respectful, and everybody's getting into position, and it seems like it might be kind of a slower sort of combat, and then it starts, and it's just fucking insane. People moving super fast, people tossing motherfuckers around, smacking on each other and shit. Goes from 0 to super violent real quick. Hey, what's up, Demonics? What's the goal that you're choosing to do? Rare gem rocks? Kazalka read uncommon gem rocks are better crafting XP, porter charges, and gems per hour. You know, I didn't really think about the fact that using the lower tier I didn't really think about the fact that using the lower tier gems would actually maybe be more porters per hour. That didn't really occur to me. But as I'm leveling up, I want to use all of my resources. So I still think it's better to be here at the rare gem rocks. Well, so I didn't understand, like I understood that you were saying that there was more XP per hour, but it didn't occur to me that the porter charges per hour would be better. But so here's the thing is, as I level up and as I level up divination, I'm gonna need to be gathering those later essences. Of course, I guess I can turn those later essences into XP instead of using them to make porters. Yeah, I tend to like to look at things in the aggregate and not focus too narrowly on just one thing. And I thought that overall having the dragon stones was going to ultimately be better. Even if it wasn't the best crafting XP. I thought that it was going to be overall superior. But I think y'all are right. I think that might not be true. I think that might not be true. Would you look at that? Yeah. No, I didn't even consider the whole porter charge things. I mean, I would like to have the higher tier porters until I get the necklace, because I know the necklace is a pretty late game thing, right? But still. Okay. Cool. Do harps? I mean, I think that I'll be playing this game long enough that I will never not need more porters. Right? I don't think I'm going to get to a point where I have too many. So I think going all the way with gems is probably good. Because I also don't see a lot of value in a lot of other crafting things. I mean, like, some of the stuff I can use. But, you know, a lot of these armors and things like that don't really have any value to me. I mean, but like, what could I use the harps for? Am I even going to be able to do anything with those? I think I'll probably just stick with getting gems. I like it. It's fun. It levels up my mining. Whoops. Okay. Where was I getting... Because I was doing uncommon gems somewhere else before. Wasn't I doing them in Karmaja? I was. Yeah, I was doing them down in Shiloh Village. Because they're super close there. I don't think I have the agility. Shiloh's not the same kind of rocks? Where am I going? Oh, they're precious, not uncommon. You're right. So uncommon is even faster than precious? That seems insane to me. I don't like that at all. Right, but lunar is rare. So that's not the comparison between precious and uncommon. I understand the difference between uncommon and rare, but what's the difference between precious and uncommon? Because this run is also way shorter. There's a bank up here. I mean, even that's still a long run. Compared to this. I don't know. Let's go give it a try. We'll see what happens. I guess you don't have to run all that often, so... Yeah, I don't surge and dive. There's too many buttons for not enough speed gain. Way too many buttons. Not about that shit. Yeah, fuck that. It bothers me that this is the best path to these XPs. That upsets me a lot. Is there a porter like this one? Uses sapphire. Okay. And then number 1 should also use sapphire. Yep. Cool. Yeah, that annoys the shit out of me. Yeah, I did make a bunch of bracelets of clay. Although I think I only have like 15 left. Managing those was really annoying. I didn't like managing the porters because I didn't have my porter necklace. And so I had to manage the porters and the bracelets. It was super annoying. Oh my god, this feels so gross. Getting all these low-level ass gems. Blech. Very angering. So then, is there a point, like if I got my mining all the way up to 99 and got the best mining pick there is, can I get my ability to mine precious stones up fast enough that it's more valuable to get the higher tier gems? Because like you can only get one pick a swing, right? So at some point, the amount of time it takes you to get precious or rare. Okay. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that and see. Maybe I can get all that stuff high enough and I can start going after the higher level ones. Because this angers me a lot. No, it's crafting XP per swing. Because if you're eating up more durability, because this, I'm capped out here, right? So my swing is eating more dura than this rock has. But I can only get one gem per swing. So part of my swing here is wasted. But if I can hit precious in one swing, then I would get more XP per swing because I'd be getting higher tier rocks for the same swing time. So there's an upward limit to the efficacy of this rock. And that upward limit is equal to my ability to hit a higher tier rock in one swing. Because right now I'm not using all of the dura that I can from that swing. Right, some of it's wasted. Three swing what? Precious, okay. So then... Okay. So... what needs to happen then is you need to... what is the Dura? Okay, it's math time. RS3 gem rock durability. Okay, so uncommon gem rocks have 0.44 XP per Dura, and their maximum durability is 140. So the maximum durability of the precious gem rock is 380, with an XP per Dura of 0.21. So, if I am only doing 140 durability a swing, then I gain more XP per swing from the uncommon than the precious. But the precious gems have a little over 3 times the Dura, which means that one of my swings can do up to like 2.6 times the durability, right? Because I cap out at 140. So the most XP per Dura I can get from an uncommon rock, or the most XP per swing I can get from an uncommon rock, is 61.6. So, if I want 61.6 divided by 0.21, so I need to be able to hit for 293 Dura to make the precious equal. Well, and so I guess that's the other thing, is technically if you hit for 293, then you're second, so you can only hit for half, because 2 swings are always taken. So you'd have to be able to hit for 293, but that's not possible, because if you hit for 293, then your next hit is only 77. So in the aggregate, your 2 hits are only half. So 150, so you can only hit for 190 unless you can one swing it. So if you can ever get to 380, then you're good. But yeah, you have to be able to one-hit it, because it's not... its available durability isn't enough to allow you to be maximizing that swing. So there's a ton of wasted XP in here because of the way they scale up the XP. Because I'm wasting so much right now. Because I'm hitting for more than 140. And anything over 140 that I hit for isn't giving me XP. At all. I'm going to try. I'm going to see what I can do about trying to hit that 380. Right. And the table I'm looking at is crafting XP. If I'm not mistaken. Because it's giving me the same values you were with the 0.44 and the 0.21. Yeah, I'm looking at a crafting XP table. So I am comparing apples to apples. But the point is that you're not getting a second gem, right? So there's 140 Dura in the rock, but I'm hitting for 160. So my swing, I'm capping my possible crafting XP as well, because I'm not getting another section of another gem, right? So if the rock has 140 Dura and I hit it for 160, I don't get a gem plus 20 Dura. So I'm losing 20 Dura worth of swing every single hit. So my maximum possible crafting XP is not equal to my maximum mining Dura per swing. And because of the way the other rocks are structured, I can't get to a point where I can get more XP from the proper amount of Dura. Because if I could hit a precious rock twice for 293 durability, or if it only had 293 durability, then I would get the same amount of XP, crafting XP, per swing as I get from these uncommons. But that's not the way it's structured, right? Because it's 380. So I can't hit it twice for 293. So I have to hit it for 380. Because then my XP per gem is greater. Right? Because my XP per gem on a precious rock is 80. My XP per gem on uncommon is only 62. So if I could clear both of them in one swing, then I get 18 more XP per swing off of the precious rock. Because I can't ever get more than one rock, or more than one gem off of the uncommon. But you do have to be able to clear it in one swing. And I don't know if that's possible. RS3 mining power. So let's find out. Right. So this is all the durabilities. Durabilities. Nope, not what I'm looking for. penetration. Okay, penetration is a stat that is checked against the hardness of the rock attempting to be mined. If the pickaxe's penetration stat is less than the hardness of the rock, the damage done toward an ore is reduced. In a chat message, your pickaxe is a lower level, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So that's not. Damage is a stat that determines the base damage the pickaxe can do. It's generally a range. As the level of a pickaxe increases, so does the damage stat. For example, a bronze pickaxe has a minimum damage of 3 and a maximum of 7. And a dragon pickaxe has a minimum of 33 and a maximum of 93. Okay. So I'm currently using Necronium plus 4. Right? Oh, no, I've got Necronium plus 3. What am I doing with my life? And that does a minimum of 38 to a maximum of 104. So a primal plus 5. Well, so a life and death, which is like the 1, does a minimum of 55 and a maximum of 160. With an average of 107. So I'm hitting an average right now of 73. And I'm always clearing this uncommon gem rock. So I wonder what the math is. Because I'm obviously hitting 140, right? Every swing. Which means my minimum is up to 140 from its 38. So my minimum is being raised by 102 at least. Right now. Damage mechanic. Okay. Basic equation. Damage per swing equals mining level plus strength level divided by 10 plus damage roll plus crit bonus plus the hardness. So my mining level is adding 79. My strength level is adding 7.2. So that's 85, but I should be going up by 102. Net hardness is calculated by the formula net hardness equals penetration minus hardness. The minimum of 0. Net hardness is added to the damage per swing. If this is a negative number, the damage is okay. So you can actually get bonuses based on hardness. So the hardness of uncommon rocks is 15. But I have 140. Okay. I understand the math now. So at tier 3, my Necronium pickaxe has a penetration of 140. And so I'm hitting a rock that has a 15 hardness. So I'm gaining 125 just off of that. If I was hitting a precious rock, I would only be getting a bonus of 90. But then I get the same regular bonus, which is uh, 85. So 85 and 90 is what is 85 and 90? 175. So I add 175. I do 38 base, so call it 35. So that's 210. So what I need to do is I need to elevate all of that by another 170 when I hit a precious rock. So the highest tier penetration is 275. So that's 225 all on its own, with a minimum of 55. So a life and death pickaxe, well actually even a primal pickaxe does this, is a minimum 55 with a penetration of 275. When you reduce the 50% or the 50 hardness from the precious, you end up with a bonus of 225 to the attack of a precious rock. Plus you add the 55 back, so you're up to 280. So then you just need another 100. Because your mining level is 1-to-1, and you have to have level 100 mining to even use the primal, then a primal plus 5, well, yeah, a primal plus 5 pickaxe at 100 mining will hit a precious rock and one-shot it, guaranteed. That does not include any strength level. So even just a base skiller character will get more porter charges and XP per level at level 100 by hitting precious. And that's without criticals. So we only need to get to 100 mining before we can go mine precious rocks. Although I suppose that's actually not true, because I do get an extra 7 off of my strength. No, there's really no way, because even an Earthen Song is only 225 penetration. So you're only getting 175 plus 90 for the skill level required to use it. So that's 275. Nope. 265. So you'd still need 115 You've got 50 base. So you need 100 and... Well, you need 65. Can't get 65 out of strength. So until you get to primal, you can't one-shot a precious. But it is possible. If any of you have 100 mining, and you have even a primal +5 pickaxe, you should go whack a precious rock for me real quick and tell me if you one-shot it. Just to see if my math is right. Or if you have a life and death pickaxe. They have a mining calculator. The highest I could get was 271 gems per hour on them. I assume that's what you meant is gems per hour. I'm aware. I know you've seen me do that. It's 4 ticks per swing. Is that right? Okay. So you can only get 1 gem per swing. And it's 4 ticks a swing. So 2.4 seconds. So there's 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour. So there's 3,600 seconds in an hour. And you divide that by 2.4. Okay, so you can get exactly 1,500. So in order for that calculator to be right, to say that you can only get 271 gems per hour means 3,600 divided by 271 is 13.2 ticks per gem. You divide that by 2.4. So it's saying that it's the best you can do is 5 swings per precious rock is wrong. There's no way that's true. Oh, it's plus minimum times net hardness? Hold up. Net hardness is calculated from the formula penetration minus hardness. The minimum of 0. Net hardness is added to the damage per swing. If this is a negative number, the damage per swing is reduced. For example, a bronze pickaxe has 0 penetration. Oh, hang on. Any excess that carries over your progress to another ore. However, more than 100% durability of a rock cannot be dealt with a single swing. So I was wrong. If you can get to 293 durability damage on a precious, you will actually make more XP. Per hour. Because it does carry over. You only get capped at 100%. So if I can 2-shot a precious rock, and then some, I should be mining precious. So I need to do the calculation. So 90 plus 38. Well, let's see. 90 plus 79. So 90 plus 79 plus 38 is 207. Plus 7 for my strength is 214. I mean, I'm not tilted. At this point, I'm just trying to figure out what the answer is. I mean, the wiki just told me it carries over. As long as you're hitting for less than 100%, then your extra carries over. Which is why I'm not getting any carryover here, because I'm hitting for 100% every time. But I will get carryover on the precious. So I'm hitting for 217. That was the damage roll plus the hardness plus that plus strength. Okay. So I need to get another 79 damage. And then I can move to precious rocks. Wave 51 and my inventory supplies are slightly concerning, but I think I got this. Hey, good job, Josh. Way to go. Make sure you have both your ranged and magic prayer available to flick. So when I move to a Bane pickaxe, I immediately gain 40 more off the penetration and 6 more off of here. And then I gain... Damn, as soon as I get to Elder, so as soon as I get to 90 mining, I can make the switch for sure. But it doesn't seem like there's a way to do that before then. It does affect, because it changes the amount of damage you're doing to the rock. Because okay, but the reason that's the ratio is because it's about how much XP you're getting per gem. And you get, what's up, Cristocho? You get more XP from higher tier gems. So the higher tier rocks give more XP per gem And so if you can break the higher rock in the same amount of time that you can break the lower level rock, then you get more XP. If I can break a precious gemstone or gem rock and get a gem in the same amount of swings that I can break an uncommon, then I get 20 more XP per swing on average. But because any durability that you do over the durability of the rock, you're right, but the amount of durability, so but the amount of durability a swing can eat does change. So if you're attacking an uncommon rock, you get 0.44 crafting XP per durability, but you can only consume 140 durability off of the uncommon rock, because that's as much durability as it has. But a precious rock has 380 durability, which means the maximum amount of durability that you can consume from a precious rock in a single swing is 380. So even though you can only get 0.21 XP per durability, you can consume more than 2 times the durability in a swing. So if I'm consuming 140 at 0.44, then my maximum possible durability, or my maximum possible XP per swing, is 62. Because 140 times 0.44 is 61.6. But if I can consume 380 durability at 0.21, then I get 79.8 XP per swing. And so if you are exceeding 293 durability per swing, then you are gaining more XP per swing by attacking precious rocks. Because you can only gain 180 durability worth of XP in a single swing at an uncommon rock. There's a cap. You cannot do more damage than that to that rock specifically. And because, as long as you're not doing 100% of the damage, any excess damage you do when you get a gem rolls over to the next gem. So if I do 293 and the rock only has 97 durability left, and I hit it for 293 again, then I get an extra almost 200 on the next one. So I'll get my gem plus 200 durability on the next rock, and then I hit that one for 293, and I get an extra 100, and then I hit that one for 293, and I get an extra 93 or whatever, and it just keeps going in a cycle.
So I'm getting 100% of my durability value, which also means that I should be using the average swing instead of the minimum swing, because as long as my maximum swing isn't exceeding 100% of the value, then I'm getting 100% of the durability that I'm using up. So my average swing is 73, so that's still not enough. But it might be enough at Bane, because the average is 81. So we're going up 40 plus 40 is 80, and I only need to get another 70. So yeah, when I hit level 80, if I can get myself a Bane, which I can't, but as soon as I have a Bane pickaxe, I can hit the precious rocks for more XP. Plus, I'm not even adding crits. And so crits are even going to change that math some more. I'm just doing base. So right now, if I hit a crit, it has no value to me, because I'm already maxed out on this rock. So I probably should be doing precious. I'd be willing to bet that with criticals and all that stuff, the average is high enough that I should be doing precious rocks. But definitely when I start using Bane, I should be hitting precious rocks. But you were right. Rare rocks are not great. Because, what, you get 0.075 or some crazy shit? Let's go back to the gem rocks. 0.074. But they have 1300 Dura. So 0.44 times 0.074? Nope. 0.44 divided by 0.074 equals 5.9, so 6. So I need to be able to do 6 times, so 140 times 6. So if I can ever get to an average of 840 a swing, then it's better to hit rare rocks. But I gotta get to an average of 840 Dura per swing in order for that to be true. And I don't think that's possible, if I'm being honest. Yeah, we're getting up. We're going to be hitting this 80 in mining soon, which makes me really kind of want to work on smithing. And I got to get the smithing to 80 anyway. So we're going to get this, and the smithing up. so that we can level up our invention. Because invention's dope. I like mining. I like all the gathering skills in this game. I like them because they don't just require me to run around in the same circle over and over again. There's a little dynamic activity involved. Because you've got like rock opportunities and stuff. I really like the rock opportunities. I think they're super cool. I wonder what my mining crit rate is. Can I see that? Is there a... Ooh, here's something interesting. Hang on. I can't take this thing off my belt, can I? Ooh, I can. Okay. I want to see something. I've been doing all this math. So unending stream until you get 70 crafting, or when the heat death of the universe happens. Go fuck yourself. Woodcutting could fuck off. I agree, Semish. I agree. Okay. Let's go in here. Let's take this fucking thing out. Let's equip it. And then... let's see what this thing has to say. Critical strike chance, 10%. See, I feel like the damage that it's doing here this is a skill bonus. So this is saying 239. But I think if I do the math, I'm actually probably doing 239. And I think it's taking my crit into account when it throws this in. Because I'm getting... nope, something's slightly off. Because if I took 50 off of that... oh, but it's not adding my... so it's... oh, it's actually taking the average. Okay, hang on. Oh no. It's not even using my weapon damage at all in here. Darn. Okay, never mind. I thought maybe it would help me work the stats out. But it looks like it's not adding up right. We're going to go teleport real quick, though. We're going to go down to Shiloh Village. And we're going to take a look. Because I don't know what my crit rate is for mining. By default, the player has 10% chance on each swing to deal a critical swing. The value in the table below corresponds to the mining level required to achieve higher critical swing chances. Okay, so I'm 70. Oh, these only do certain rocks. Okay, so I have a 10% crit chance. The critical swing bonus is the amount of extra damage gained. The critical swing bonus is not per rock and continues to accumulate as the player gains mining levels. So at 79, I have an 85. So I have a 10% chance, so I do 8.5% more damage. Yeah, we're really close. Those damage values are against enemies, not rocks. If you look at RuneScape 3 mining page, gem rocks are not on the crit table. Right, so you can't get increases to crit because those are increase to crit values. But I still get my base 10%, right? I can still crit the gem rocks. At least I think I can. And if I get 8% increased damage, that's almost 20. Yeah. So I'm not quite there yet. There's a critical, though. I'm fairly certain. By default, the player has a 10% chance on each swing to deal a critical swing. The values on the table below correspond to the mining level required to achieve higher critical swing chances specific to each rock. This leveling benefit only applies to core rocks, so when mining non-core rocks, such as concentrated coal or gold, the base 10% critical hit chance will be used. So I still get a base 10, and I still get all of the bonuses that I get for leveling to the amount of critical damage I do. So I am at 8.5 or 85%, 10% of the time. So I am getting an extra 8.5%. So I am not quite to the point where this is better than the uncommons, but I'm pretty close. I mean, they're only giving a few examples of what a non-core rock is. That seems reasonable. I would say anything that you can't get rock-opportunities on probably constitutes a non-core rock. I wonder if straight gold have bonuses. Yeah, none of them. So they... Oh, okay, so coal... Regular coal gets a bonus, but concentrated coal doesn't. And it doesn't look like regular gold gets a bonus either. That's interesting. I mean, I don't need to do that. I literally just watched myself crit it. Can you crit gem rocks RS3? Well, the AI overview says yes. Specifically, the Gemrock part of the wiki page does not say yes or no. Doesn't say anything about crits. So the only place that I would see that, I assume, would be the mining page, which is where I read the thing that I read a minute ago. Doesn't say anything about Gemrocks not being able to crit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you get crits. I mean, it even gave me extra XP when I hit the crit there. No sense to be rude about it, Semish. No sense to be rude. My math is accurate. I mean, it was you who wanted to optimize, right? You were the one who was saying, why are you mining rare rocks? This other rock is better XP. So now you're mad that I went and did the math and figured out that it's only better XP up to a certain point, and that actually precious rocks are better after you reach a certain threshold. If you want to optimize, let's optimize. But don't get your feelings hurt because I found out that everything you were saying wasn't exactly right and gave you the real answer. Well, tell you what, I'll save you all the heartache and pain. I wouldn't want temptation to get the better of you. Not normally. That was literally the first rude thing I think Semish has ever said to me. But I don't have to deal with that shit. So crafting or precious gems are only more crafting XP per hour if you can hit for 293 every swing. At 209 at 293 durability per swing, you earn equal XP to the uncommons. So in order to guarantee that, if you're at level 80 mining and you have a Bane pickaxe, you will guaranteed be getting more from precious than from uncommon. What is that one dungeon or whatever that you were like walking underwater? I didn't know there was a dungeon that you walk underwater in this game. I was totally unaware. ED3, the reef next to Demonheim. Hey, what's up, Observed? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. There's a giant oyster. This game is goofy. Absolutely goofy. And so we also did the math on the other one, William. Rare rocks are better than precious and uncommon. Well, that's not true. Rare rocks are better than uncommon rocks if you can hit for 840. But I actually have to redo the math. 380 times 0.21. Times 0.074. No, it's about the same amount of math. Or the same math. No, it's not. Shit. Oh, math is hard. No, you cannot mine an uncommon rock more than once. So you are capped. When you hit a rock, you can only do as much damage as that rock has durability. So if you hit an uncommon rock, it only has 140 durability. So you can't do more durability damage to an uncommon than that. But there's 380 durability on a precious. So when you gather a rock, you get the carryover to the next gather cycle as long as you didn't exceed 100% of the rock's durability. So if I hit for 290 on this 380 rock, that means it has 90 durability left. So if I hit it for 290 and then I hit it for another 290, then it carries over 200 to the next one. But if I hit it for 290 and then I hit it for 387, then it only carries over up to that 380. It doesn't also carry over that extra 7. But yeah, so in order for a rare rock to give you more XP per swing than an uncommon rock, you have to be able to hit that rare rock for 840 damage. And it has 1,300 durability. So you basically have to be able to two-shot a rare rock. Which you might be able to do. I'm not really sure. I think you're right on that, William. I don't think you're ever going to reach that. But so there's yeah, I don't know. It might be something that changes in the future. Maybe it'll be something, because you also have to add your crits into that. Whoops. Because your crit average, right? So you have a 10% chance to crit, and at level 100, you'll get like 100% increased damage. So technically you'll do 10% more damage, but that's on top of all the other calculations, right? That one comes last. So, I mean, maybe it's possible. I don't know. I'm still pretty new to the game, so I don't know what all the possible items are and stuff like that. All the different places. Maybe I can get more crit. Maybe I can get more... Like, what's that gem gear? Gemstone gear. RS3. I saw it say something about crit in there. Alright, 3 set bonus. Nope, wrong gear. Mining gear? Golden mining suit? Nope, that's not the one. Let's see what it does, though. Just gives an XP boost. What's the gem mining gear that I can get with this weird currency that I'm getting? What's it called? Gem mining gear. Maybe that'll work. Magic Golem outfit. That's the fucking one. Alright, when the full set is worn, it has the following effects. 5% critical hit chance. +1 Rockertunity multiplier. Removes aggression from living rock creatures. Players who have any version of the Varric armor will get the chance of mining double ores. Right, but you also get... So there's also a penetration value. And if you look at the math for how they determine the damage, you have to use the penetration value of the pickaxe minus the hardness value of the rock. And then you add that to the damage as well. So the penetration value of a Bane 4 pickaxe is 180, but the hardness value of a precious rock is only 40. So you get another 180, or 140, sorry, on top of that max 296. Well, and also, the Rockertunity can't work on gems, so it's irrelevant. But you do get another 5% crit chance, which means technically another 5% damage when you wear that gem, the Mage Golem thing. I guess it's not quite 5% more damage. It's like 4.5% more damage, but whatever. And that's the last thing you add on as well. Oh no, you don't. You add the crit before. Well, whatever. Right, 5% chance. But so your crit is a percentage of your base damage. So at level 100, your crit chance is, or your crit multiplier is 100%. So if your crit multiplier is 100%, you're doing double damage, but you only have a 10% chance to do that crit, then you're getting across the board 10% more damage, right? It averages out to 10% damage per swing. So if you get an extra 5% chance, then you're getting an extra 5% damage average across your swings. And so as long as your maximum isn't exceeding the durability value of the rock, then you get to add that entire crit chance in as part of the average, right? Is it now? Well, that would be an interesting oversight on my part. The critical swing bonus is the amount of extra damage gained for that swing. The critical swing bonus is not per rock and continues to accumulate as the player gains mining levels. This also means that this bonus applies to non-core rocks. Critical swing bonus, so it is saying 5, and not 5% in the wiki. I just assumed it was percentage. So my math might actually be a little off. Well, actually, that's not true. It's not off because... No, it is. You're right. It's off. Bummer. That makes me sad. Let's go in here and double check it. 5% better critical swings. So I think it is a percentage. I think it's just not showing as a percentage in the wiki. Because it is showing a percentage here. Yeah, so it's just adding up, right? Is at level 1, you get 5%, right? 5% better critical swings. Oh, where's the level 1 one? Well, you must start at 5% better criticals base. And then at level 3, which is what the next table says, you get another 5% better. But 5% more than 5 is only 5.2, not 10. So it's definitely percentages. It would be super weird to have a crit not be a percentage multiplier anyway. That would be super weird. Although it does say to add. Hang on. Plus crit bonus. Oh, no, yeah. No, it's a percentage. 100%. Because that's the only way that little graph makes any sense. I mean, why does it say percent then? Right here. Those are flat numbers, and your 5% better swing means that number gets plus 5%. But you get this 5% better critical swings at all of these levels. They correspond 1-to-1. Right? At level 1, you start at 5. And then at level 3, you get another 5% to 10. So you're saying it's going up by 5 and 5% at each of these? Because if these are flat numbers, right, if it goes from 5 to 10, but it's telling me that I'm getting 5% more, 5% of 5 is only 0.2. Nope, 5% of 5 is not 0.2. What's 5 divided by 20? 0.4. So it's only 0.4. So if that 5% increase was going up on a flat number, then your level 3 bonus would only be 5.4 damage. But because it's saying it's going from 5 to 10, it has to be adding percentages together. They just never put the percent in there. Is the satisfying answer that I was right? I don't think so. Because you can even look at the regular, right? When I look at my combat stats here, and I look at crit chance and critical damage, right? It's a plus 40% here. Why would the critical strike of mining be a flat value when the critical strike of doing a damaging hit be a percentage? That's insane. I mean, why would you even be calling them the same thing? That's crazy. And then, I mean, it still doesn't even make any sense, right? 5 better critical swings. If you take the percent out, this would just read 5 better critical swings. Like, the whole thing is insane. Well, if it is that way, then criticals are fucking useless. I had the opposite of a good time, in fact. Made me so mad I quit my stream. I mean, that's such an easy thing to fix. Why haven't they fixed that? That's upsetting. Because you're just changing text at that point. You're not even having to change the mechanical way it works. So if you can't go in and fix fucking text, you're a fucking clown. That upsets me a lot. I mean, it would take one person 20 minutes. Because you're changing a value in something that's hard coded, right? This isn't taking in a bunch of different stuff to create this string here, right? This is a hard-coded string on the UI. If you can't go to the place in the UI, press backspace a couple of times, and then change it to the right thing, you have no business making a game. That seriously pisses me off. Especially because it completely changes the math. What do you mean it's code used in other skills? Where do you need the words 5% better critical swings when you have 79 mining? There is nowhere else that the variable or that the part of the code that shows on this UI. Are there other skills with the same? Because you'll have to go change it for each of those. But so here's the thing is, even if this is set to a variable and then that variable is called for each of the different gathering skills, it's still located somewhere, right? The text itself is located in a hard-coded state. Now, I'm not bringing in variables to figure out what this 5% number right here is, right? Because it's always 5%. There's nothing dynamic about this code at all. So wherever the base of this string is it is written in hard code form, 5% better critical swings. And so all you have to do is find the base where this variable exists, if it even is a variable, delete it, and re-fucking write it. It is a one-step process. And it has a drastic impact on the math that determines how much damage you do to this rock. Because percentages and flat numbers are totally different in math. You're looking at going from, 5 to 60. I mean, for example, so I have a 10% chance right now to do a crit. And either my crit value is 85 or it's 85%. If it's 85, then I have an average of 8.5 more damage per swing. But my non-crit swing damage is 220 or something like that. So if you add 8.5%, then it doubles because I'm over 200 damage as a base. So I would be adding 17 to my hit. And I'm only, halfway to the maximum possible base hit that I can have. So you're just looking at extending that, right? Eventually, it's going to be a ×4 difference in the math. And I'll be going from an average of 10 bonus damage to an average of 40 bonus damage. And that's a huge, right? That's 300% difference in those two values. Which is fucking weird. When it's such an easy thing to fix. And when I'm going to do the math, right? Somebody is doing the math. We know somebody did the math because we have a per durability XP thing in here that tells you exactly how much XP you get per durability on a swing on all the different types of rocks. So somebody's doing the math. Going by archaeology upgrades, it'll be +5 flat damage. Jagex have always been mistakes throughout the years across both ours. Does it actually say that in archaeology? Because I'll go with the newer skill. I don't see anything about criticals in archaeology, though. Oh, so you can get plus flat damage to your crits through archaeology for mining? Because that's cool. Okay, it's just in archaeology. Cool. Well, that's the newer skill. There's no reason that they would have different crit values. My regular strike should be 250 average. Okay. That might be accurate. Let's see. Necronium +3 is 140 penetration. -50 hardness, so that's 90, +73, so 90 +73 +73 79 for mining, plus 7 for strength, equals 249. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, if I was on Necronium 4, you would have been correct. So then I get a 10% chance to do plus 85. So I get 8.5. So plus 8.5 per average swing. So I'm at 257. So minus 293. So I need another 35.5 average. What's up, Ryan? But if I get another 35.5 average swing, then Precious is better. And I can get that through my mining mostly. Right, I've got another 21 points here. So if I was at 100 mining, I would only need another 15. But I would actually get that probably from my crit. Because I'd be up to 100, so I'd be getting an average of 10. Nope, that's only an extra 1.5. So I'd need about 14. Yeah, so I'd need about 14 average. So in order for precious gems to be better, you do need to be using a Bane at level 80 mining. But as soon as you switch to a Bane, it is basically impossible to not hit the value you need in order for precious gem rocks to be better than uncommon. But it's also not possible before 80 and before Bane to make the Necronium do better on precious rocks. Getting suited up for Jad. Need him to charge an item for Necro. I don't... So I'm doing gem mining right now. But yeah, I do have my ore box. And I use whatever spirits I've picked up. I don't make them. Can you make them? I don't even know if you can make stone spirits. But I use the ones that I do pick up, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I love the ore box. I think it's great. It's been saving me a lot of hassle. Been really enjoying it. Man, what a math-heavy day. Holy crap. My brain is slightly fried. I haven't done this much math since I was in college. Right? Fuck me. How dare I? Honestly, I think it's good though. I might make a video about it. If I can organize it. If I can organize it into a coherent thought and explain it decently well, I might put a video out about it. Because I imagine, because there's nobody else here, and because there were so many people over at the Uncommon Rocks, I imagine a lot of the community misunderstands the math. Because they're not recognizing that maximum possible value from the durability of the rock. And so there's probably lots of people out there still whacking away at fucking uncommons, thinking that they're doing the fastest they can, when they could be over here at precious gems, making themselves even more. It doesn't, though. I promise, if you can do 293 average durability a swing, you will gain as much or more. So at 293, you gain the exact same amount at precious rocks as you do at uncommon rocks. But if you do more than 293, you get more XP here. 2 hits to get a gem at uncommon, 1 shot a rock, 1 gem a hit. Right, but it's different gems. Right? Not all gems give the same XP. So the average XP you get from a gem at precious is 81. The average XP you get from a gem at uncommon is 60. Which is why and so you're getting, because the average XP per gem at right. But if you hit 293 durability, then it's 3 swings per 2 gems. And so if you go to 3 swings, you go to 240 crafting, 160 crafting, and 180. And then if you go, because it carries over, right? Because if I hit this rock has this rock has 380 durability. If I hit it for 293, and then I hit it for 293 again, then I complete the rock and gain 206 durability towards the next gem. So then I only have 180 to go, so I hit it again, and then I get another gem, and some of it carries over. The durability of a rock is a hard cap on how much damage you can do to that rock. So I can only do 140 damage to the uncommon. Not only that, 4 swings equals 3 rocks. Because of the carryover. Right, because it's a progressive thing. And then eventually you get back to a point where it's going to take 2 swings for 1 rock. So it'll be 2 swing, 1 swing, 1 swing, 1 swing, 2 swing, 1 swing, 1 swing, 1 swing, 2 swing, 1 swing, 1 swing, 1 swing. Right. But what's 3 times 80 and what's 4 times 60? They're both 200, or they're both 240, right? So that's why it's even. And then any additional damage that you do to the rock beyond 293 gives you more XP per swing. It's not what's happening right now, but it is what happens, William. The wiki says any damage under the maximum durability of the rock carries over to the next gem. That is precisely what happens. I mean, if somebody's got a different setup than me, right, I can't quite reach the values that I need to reach. So you're not seeing the right stuff happening. But if somebody had... It is. It is enough to favor this, because there is a maximum possible XP per swing on the uncommons, and that is 60. So 100%, if you can reach 380 damage, which I know for a fact you can, and you can one-shot this rock, then you gain 80 XP a swing instead of 60. So even if you don't believe what I'm saying about carrying over, then you should check to make sure that you can't one-shot the precious rock. Because if you can one-shot the precious rock, which you can with the highest tier picks, because I did the math on that earlier too, then you should be mining precious. Because then you're just getting more XP per swing. Because you're getting a gem every swing either way. So if you want to hard cap it like that, that's fine. You're ultimately going to slow yourself down. But, you know, you do you. But if you can one-shot a precious rock, you get 33% more XP per time. So there's also a decent amount of variance in there. T2EV. I'm using 2 to 3 swings per. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. That's 1. Oh, I let myself get exhausted. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. That's 1. See, check this out though. Boom, that's 2, because it carried over. Right, we're going to get a big carry over here. It's going to take 2 on this one as well. Boom, that's 2. We're going to get a huge carry over here. We're going to hit for 2 again. Well, I fucked up and let my exhaustion. You're right. I'm not there yet. And I said I'm not there yet a while ago. The value is 293. if you do 293 durability damage, then you are getting the same XP per time as if you do uncommon. And if you do any more than 293 up to a maximum of 380, then you're getting more. I am currently doing an average of 250, which means I'm not there yet, right? I'm 43 short. And so if we look at 43, so 43 times 0.21 means I'm actually getting 9 less XP per gem per time. Out of 60. So I'm losing 18% XP right now. Even with the best pickaxe, your average is below 380? I don't think that's true. Because you get, let's see, you get 275 from the best pickaxe. You lose 50 because of the hardness. You have to have level 100 to use the best pickaxe. So you get bonus 100, so you get 325. Let's say you only have the same strength as me, you get a bonus 7. So 325 plus 7 plus 10 for the crit. So 335 plus 7 is 340 something. Plus the base damage. Yeah, so you can get over 380. Absolutely. Which would mean if you have the best mining pick, you can come one-shot this rock right now. No, that should be enough. T2EV. I don't know why it's not working. I mean, you don't have to have the best. You just have to have... You have to have the best craftable. The primal has the same values as the light and dark, or whatever it's called. So really, you just need to be at maximum smithing and maximum mining. And since we're doing this for crafting, it should work. Yeah. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that you would have to be able to do 840 damage to a rare gem rock for it to be better. That's super silly. Super silly. I mean, there are people at Al Kharid who have the ability to benefit from the precious rocks. Absolutely. Hey, good luck, Josh. Let us know how it goes. And it's because they don't recognize the maximum possible value. Because as soon as you hit for 140, you're capped at your XP rate. Now this person is doing like I was doing a while back, right? Their mining is really low, and so they are hurting themselves by doing this way. Also, Varric armor. I don't know. It isn't worth it to get all the way here for a 33% increase? I mean, not only at 293 durability damage do you get more XP per, you also don't have to go as far to bank. And considering, I mean, so let's look at that, right? The maximum change is 33%, but that 33% happens well before you're all the way maxed out on your crafting XP. Right? So unless there's something else that you could do that would give you way more crafting XP for that big run from whatever level to 200 million XP, then a majority of your time is more valuable here. Like 9/10 of your crafting grind is better here. Now, granted, that's only if you're trying to get to 200 million XP, and if you're trying to do it by gathering gems. I don't know what the best crafting XP values are for all those other things, but an average of 1 gem a swing here means 80 XP every 2.4 seconds. So there's 3,600 seconds in a minute. You divide that by 2.4, you get 1,500 gems. You multiply that by 80 something, we'll just call it 80 for simplicity. So that's 120,000 crafting XP an hour. Now that doesn't include the time that it takes to actually go through the effort of crafting the gems. So take 20,000 off. So at precious gems, if you have the ability to one-shot this rock, you can make 100,000 XP an hour. That's pretty good. I don't know what the best crafting XP rates in the game are, but that's 1 million XP a day if you play like a degenerate like me. And a bunch of gems, so you can make a bunch of porters. But if you did it at the uncommon spot, you're only getting 93,000 XP And that's before you take into account the time it takes to cut the gems. So you take another 20k off of that. Well, call it 15k. You're down to 78,000 XP an hour. So you would lose a massive chunk of XP an hour. I think it's about time to go cut all these gems, though. It's going to be exciting. I'm excited. Hopefully, we gained enough rocks to get us to level 70. I don't think we did, because I wasn't paying very close attention, because I was doing a bunch of math. But maybe. At the very least, we'll be 70 by the time you all see me tomorrow. Which will be dope. And then I'm going to push this smithing to 80 so that I can make my level 80 axe, so that I can make my video about why it's better to mine here. What was your math to get the max hit with a Bane pickaxe? Because for me, excluding crit, it should be 120 plus 1 to 10 depending on strength, so potentially 130. You have to look at the hardness of the material you're hitting and the penetration of the pickaxe you're using. Because you also add that value to the damage. This is what the wiki says. It's your mining level plus 1/10 of your strength level rounded down, plus the damage of your weapon. We use the average damage, plus your crit if you get a crit, but we just use the average, so 1/10 of the crit basically. Plus your penetration. So the hardness of a precious gem rock is 50. And I believe the penetration of a Bane is 225? No, it's 180. Yeah. So you get 130 because it's 140 for the Necro. So it's 180 for the Bane. So this is minus 50, so you get plus 130 to that. Damage per swing equals, yeah, mining level plus 1/10 of the strength level plus your damage roll plus plus crit plus the net hardness. The net hardness is your penetration minus the hardness of the rock. But yes, that is the formula I'm using. So the hardness of a Bane weapon, or sorry, the penetration of a Bane weapon is 180. The hardness of a precious gemrock is 50. So you add 130. The hardness of an uncommon is only 15. So you could hit the max value if you were able to use a Bane pickaxe for some reason at level 1. You could hit the max value on an uncommon with just a Bane axe, because it only has 140 maximum durability. You don't need any other values for that. So you had 87 mining, so you should have 87 plus 130. Should already put you above 200. Plus your average swing should be another 70 at least. Right, so you should be at 217 plus 70 is 290. Yeah, so with your Bane Axe, you should be there. Even without the average crit. I'm not really sure why you're not. Don't really make no sense. Unless the formula is wrong. But there is a pretty huge variance in the minimum and maximum damages of the pickaxes. Like, I think you can even see it on here. If I remove it. Yeah, the damage spread here is 38 to 108. So if you got really unlucky a bunch of times in a row, you could lose a lot of damage off of that variance. But in the aggregate, it works. Yeah, that's definitely true. Bane does not get you to a one-shot. It still gets you more XP per time in the aggregate. Because you don't have to one-shot it, because you're getting better quality gems. So as long as most of the time the carryover is enough, then you're good. I mean, if it can get you to 293, it does. So add a base. I'll bring it up again. I'll even draw it on the screen this time. RS3 mining. Okay, so what are the values? You start with your mining level. So your mining level is minimum 80 in order to use a Bane. So you've got 80. Next, you use 1/10 of your strength. We'll say you've been slacking on your strength. You've only got 70 like me, so you get +7. Plus your crit. So your crit at this level, at level 80, mining, you're getting 85 crit at a 10% rate. So on average, you're getting 8.5. Plus your hit. So we're going to use the average hit of a Bane 4. Because why would you be using less? Well, let's do the average hit of a Bane 0 is 80. Plus, now you're getting the difference in the hardness and the penetration. Penetration of Bane is 180. And the hardness of Precious is 50. So that's 130. So we add all those together. We've got 160 and 130 is 290. Plus 15.5 is 305.5. So if you're equipped with a Bane anything, you're above 293. And so the XP per durability on Precious is 0.21. So 305 times 0.21. 305.5 times 0.21 is 64.155. And the maximum XP that you can get, or the average XP you get from uncommons, because you can only get to 140, because it caps at 140, is 62. So with the absolute base stats, with a Bane weapon, you should be getting at least 2 more XP per swing on average. Than you do at the uncommons. And anything between this 305 and 380. Why is your average hit 274? That's 160 and 130 is 290. No, that's 305. Which one of these numbers do I have wrong? Are you looking at average or minimum? That's a fair point. I guess if you don't keep your stamina up, so totally AFK, it's not guaranteed at Bane. That is a good point. Well, you don't have to click every 2.4 seconds. You have to click before your stamina runs out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. 15 swings. So 2.4 times 15. So you got to click every 36 seconds. Oh, you only get maximum hit. Well, that's crazy. Okay, cool. That is math I didn't know. That also explains why I haven't been hitting the numbers I expect. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so you'd have to get another 20 in there somehow on your Bane. Which means a little more mining, having a Bane level 4. So you'd need to be at 96 mining with a Bane level 4. To only have to click once every 36 seconds. That's definitely where the values that T2EV was seeing a problem with. That is good information to know. I didn't realize that's how stamina worked. I thought it was 100% until you ran out, and then you took a huge hit. Okay. Whoops. Let's go to my presets here. No, I do not. I got my Fort 4 and 3 like constructed, but then I didn't do anything else. Like I made all the walls and stuff. Making gems. Oh, does it just straight up give a bonus to XP all the time? We'll go up there and look at it. Because, yeah, if I don't have to build anything more to just be getting bonus XP. Hey, what's up, Drippy Bun? We mathed super hard today. It was gross. My head actually hurts. I'm gonna go cry in a corner after I get done with stream. Thank you. I forgot about the mathematics. I don't use that little drawing thing very often. We used to draw stick figures in the corner of the screen. Okay, so every 3 minutes of skilling gets 1 point to a maximum of 100 points. They can be spent at the town hall guide to gain bonus XP. Okay, where's the town hall guy? Talking about Bill? Or is this not the town hall? I don't think I have a town hall. I think I need to make... Yeah, town hall tier 1, I still haven't made. Nope. That's okay. There's a bank right here. Boom. Level 68. Nice. Very nice. I didn't realize spacebar was like the accept button. Yeah, that's pretty good. Because we got a lot of gems to go here. Holy crap. We might get pretty close to 70. It's gonna be a squeaker. Gotta do them a little bit at a time, otherwise you get overwhelmed. See, you don't have any diamonds because you're not doing the precious rocks. But you're pretty close to the point where you should. Also, I'm gonna die on that hill. I'm about to start arguing with the entire Runescape community over the fact that uncommon rocks are not the end-all, be-all of crafting XP. It makes me sad that you have to reduce 10% of the damage for the stupid stamina. Makes me really sad. That really puts a damper on how quickly you can get to a point where the precious rocks are more valuable. I don't dig it. I don't dig it at all. I mean, you're still close enough if you're doing 274, right? 274 times 0.21 is 57. So you're losing a little bit of XP, like 4 or 5 XP per gem. The thing that would be interesting to me, can't take that. The thing that would be interesting to me would be to find out, because the break point for orders is different. Because your average porter per Dura or whatever changes a lot. Because you go from 10 to 15. Hang on. So let's look at your highest level porter. You've got Sapphire Necklace for Porter 1. You've got Sapphire Necklace for Porter 2. So a majority is going to be 10 here. But then your Sign of the Porter 3 and 4, and maybe 5. Let's see, Sign of the Porter 3, so that's 15, that's emeralds. Sign of the Porter 4 is emerald, that's 20. Black. Sign of the Porter 5 is ruby is 25. Yeah, so your baseline for porters is double your baseline when you're doing uncommons. So I bet you your average porters per durability is much better at the precious, because the XP values are not doubling, right? I got 50 for the sapphires and I'm getting 67 or 68 for these. But because there's a doubling of porters from sapphire to emerald, your porters per gem are significantly better. So you may lose a little bit of XP, but you will get more porters. In fact, because it doubles, and I assume the drop rates are similar for sapphires at uncommon and emeralds at precious, you only need to be able to get 280. Yeah, it's probably 280 is the break point. Which means at 87 mining, you're already there. It would actually be slightly less, because you're also getting diamonds. Well, no. Yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know the math on that because I don't know the drop chances of the individual gem types. Your average might not actually double. It might only go up by 10. Yeah, I don't know. Because if your minimum goes up by 10 and your maximum goes up by 10, but the drop chances are the same, then it stands to reason that your average should also go up by 10. That makes sense to me. Maximum might only go up by 5 though. From ruby to diamond, you go from 25 to 30, right? So your average is actually going up by less than 10. Gross. More math. Boom. 69. Giggity. I don't think we're going to make 70 crafting today, William. I'm sorry. I tried so hard. If I hadn't been doing all that math and I'd have been paying attention, we'd have made it. I am ashamed. All right. Well, since we know that we're definitely not going to make it to 70, I think we're just going to go ahead and end the stream here. So thank you, everybody, for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate it. Thanks for sitting through my droning on and on about math. And all of my ridiculous calculations. But yeah, it was really fun. And I think we learned some really deep stuff about how exactly the calculations for that stuff should be done. So hopefully we can come up with some really interesting optimizations in the future. And that'll be nice. So yeah, I hope everybody has a great rest of their day. And I will see you all on the next one. I won't be here tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday. I'm going to start taking Sunday off instead of Monday. Because Monday's like new shit day. So yeah, I'll be gone tomorrow. And then we'll be back on Monday. So yeah, I'll see you all then.